I had a lot to say. I've had a lot of time to think about things, and
The damage
I didn't
caused
really
by George
know
Torres,
how
the
to put
Torres
it on
family,
paper,
the justice
and I
system,
didn't know how much
Orange County
I
Corrections
could say or
Department,
how
social media, scoundrel
little I should
detectives,
say.
infamy.
So,
He slapped me,
defamation, what I
kicked,
have here is
punched,
constitutional
spit
right,
on,
is that an
raped,
annulation,
stabbed, second-degree
choked,
murder, laughed at,
forced
pushed,
into being
pulled,
processed.
dragged,
Read
whipped,
the more
tricked,
important
stole
parts
from, lied,
that I feel that
terrorized,
everyone should
threatened,
know that wasn't said in
humiliated,
my
forced,
actual trial.
degraded,
This is just the
made
tip
me
of the
cry.
tip of the tip of the iceberg.
Welcome back. So, the day before I post my last video that took me weeks to work on, or a little over a week, after Miss Sarah's sentencing to life in prison.
Ms. Boone, court sentences you to life in the Department of Corrections.
And don't laugh. You can't laugh.
Miss Paulsen gave the girls 4 days before she dropped the Miseducation of Sarah Boone Part 2 midnight album release, and it got uploaded to the court website. It's a mess. It includes her entire statement that she read at sentencing, which we will not be covering in this video because I spent nearly 5 hours covering that in the last video, so you can go check that out there. She added a few things here and there to this new one, including a good old opening FU to Judge Cranick at the start, put in some fresh new insults, sprinkled it in here and there, and she brought heat for everyone. We knew she said it was an edited version. I personally thought it was an edited version about George and his family, like she was just going to keep going in on them. But no, she made her rounds. She aimed at everyone and said, I got smoke for all y'all. What she failed to include in her original sentencing included her going after her prior attorneys, going after her judges and prior judge, going after the prosecutors, and even going after the jury. There was no one that was off limits. And I'm like, you had planned to say all of this at sentencing and then are still shocked that you got life?
Don't be shocked. You're shocked? You're shocked?
What? So yeah, we have to dive into the rest of this shit show and see what else that she was going to say to dig her grave even deeper. There was no way she was walking away without a life sentence after that. Just no way. And she honestly believes that she should have been allowed to say all of this and still get maybe 25 years. I don't think she thought it would be anywhere higher than that.
What's your reaction to the verdict?
Just disappointed. Sarah's devastated. She's disappointed. We felt like we had a good defense with the facts that we had.
And some people are shocked, being like, well, I don't see how she got life because other people have done worse and more people have more body counts and this and that. It's like, yeah, you don't get life based off of your body count per se. I mean, yeah, that definitely aids to it. But you can get a life sentence off of one murder, off of one vicious, torturous, depraved, diabolical, evil killing, which is what this woman has done. And she distracted people with just how annoying and Karen-esque she is and how self-centered she is, and can just redirect attention to herself, to where she wanted us to sentence who she is as a person. And it's like, oh, obviously she's this broken, dysfunctional mess with an attitude problem and lack of self-awareness. Maybe she doesn't need life. No, she absolutely does. 100% earned it. Sentences aren't only just sentencing the crime, it's in the interest of justice and also as a deterrent for anyone moving forward. Just because you were in an abusive relationship does not mean you get to zip up your partner and laugh at them as they slowly expire. And that message needs to be loud and clear, because in her mind, she said, oh, he hit me a few times, meaning I have a license to kill him at any moment. And she is shocked that people are still pushing back on it, because she doesn't realize the crime is what happened that day. It doesn't matter how you felt in the past. It doesn't matter what else happened. What happened during this crime? This crime, you are not in danger whatsoever. You were 100% the aggressor. You were angry. You were spiteful. You did a heinous act and you laughed about it. And to this day, 4.5 years later, longer than the time that you knew George, you have shown absolutely zero remorse. A life sentence was almost guaranteed. But with that said, few quick warnings. These are all my opinions. I express no authority on this channel. You take what you take, you leave what you leave. But if you leave, just leave a like on the way out. That's just good home training. And yes, I call her by her birth name, Sarah Catherine Paulsen. And I get it, not everyone is vibing with the meme. I hate to break it to you, more people vibe with it than don't, but the people who don't really don't. So I'm going to try to meet you in the middle. I brought options this video. So we're going to test some things out and see what sticks a little better. So just know, whenever I say Sarah Catherine Paulsen,
stop talking! You are insane! My God! I am an absolute failure!
the legendary Sarah Catherine Paulsen will make her own appearance. Just to kind of counterbalance the spiteful woman that we are displaying, let's just appreciate some brilliance. And I refer to George by the English pronunciation because that was his preference. And I think with all that said, we can jump right in. Well, almost. Two more quick things. One, normally when I do the letters, I read the letters full out and then I go react to them. We don't have time for that, nor do I care with this mess. So we are just going to stop and start and react as I go. Future cut in. Also, by this point in my editing process, I have already uploaded a video of me reading the full entire statement without commentary. So if you want to hear that, hop over to that video and you will hear me read it all the way down. But in this video, we are taking our time. We are going through long side tangents. We are just here to have a discussion over the shit show that is this statement. And two, so many people have been mentioning this online and I've seen it everywhere, and it's so true that you could absolutely just substitute the word hate for forgiveness when she uses it, and it fits perfectly. So that's exactly what we're going to do. I'm going to read it with the intention that she meant it. So every time she says she forgives someone, she actually hates them. The fact that the sentence makes more sense when you sub it with hatred is jarring and shocking. But with that, let's get into Miss Sarah Catherine Paulsen's
Excuse me. You're eating my peach.
hate letter to the world. December 6, 2024. Mr. Michael Kranick. I am enclosing, please, my complete statement to you and the world as I partially read during my sentencing hearing. By my reserving particular parts of my very true and meaningful statement, I was hoping to have been graced with your forgiveness, understanding, and consideration in any level or degree. For me, unfortunately, and regardless of whom I had speak on my behalf or the number of, your ignorant mind was already made up. Well, that sure is a way to start. I'm sorry, Honorable Judge Kranick, you have been demoted to Mr. Michael Kranick, just so you know, because she wants to show you any little bit of disrespect she can, every little amount, because you hurt her feelings, and so now she's going to write over the margin again and let you have it. This is what I've been talking about. I told you, we had this whole discussion of sometimes she writes in the margin, sometimes she writes outside of the margin. Also, we are going to take a quick aside for a minute. I meant to bring this up earlier. Y'all got snippy with me in the comments of last video about me talking about her writing over the margins and how some graphologists say people who write over the margins have no issue also pushing social boundaries. It's a little thing, but it actually kind of tracks. This is what I'm talking about. Look. She's writing inside the margin on this one. And there's multiple ones where she wrote inside the margin. She wrote inside the margin on this one, on this one, on this one, this one, this one, this one, this one, and this one. So when I say that she chooses when she wants to write over the margins, it's a choice. It's not because she doesn't have paper. As we see, she has no issue going on diatribes while staying in the margins. I said when she writes outside of the margins is when she is her most unhinged and angry and is very much, you will listen to every single word I have to say. when she writes in the margins, she's trying to be taken a little more seriously and wants you to like consider things, yada, yada, yada. But we already know straight out the gate, she is here to cause a ruckus and does not care about anything. Which, sure, it makes sense. You were just sentenced to life. I'm not upset that you are upset. Dumber when you do things like this, because you're coming from a place of trying to take some moral and intellectual superiority against a judge who has like what, 3 or 4 degrees, a Juris Doctorate, and is a judge. You kind of just look sad, especially with all the words you misuse and mispronounce. And even just looking at it, the weight and the balance of the words just feels unhinged from start to finish. But she has to go, I am enclosing please, my complete statement. Why are you saying please? I hate how she interjects please into every sentence. Because one, you know it's disingenuous. It's just like a little additive to say, give me what I want. My sentence now holds more weight, and you have to consider it as nicer because I interjected the word please, even though it doesn't make sense where I placed it, how I'm placing it. It's just there. So now I can be as snotty as I want to and still claim to be polite because I said please. And the statement is to you, Judge Kranick, and the world, which all of these letters have been to the world. No matter how many times she wants to complain about publicity and this and that, she's wanted this. She's begged for this. And this letter is another example. To the world. When she put out the circus ad, she said, place this up for anyone to see.
You're inaccurate, libelous. I can write letters to order. Please, would you post my included document in your break room? Included document? Sorry, I got distracted. Would you post my included document in your break room? Wherever you think it may be seen and understood, unlike me in your courtroom. Okay, is it here? Is it? Oh, it's here. No.
Because she knew that this would get publicity and she used it to her own advantage. And then just has to say, I partially read that. Yeah, we know you could have gone on all day. And this is so dumb. You saying, by my reserving these particular parts, I was hoping to receive some grace by you. That just means you were lying. Because like if he had given you grace and said, let's just, in this fictitious land, he says, wow, I see the humility and honesty in your forgiveness and your statement. I will give you grace. I'm so glad you did not continue, because if you called on one more person, that would have swayed my decision. So I'm glad that you edited it to this concise, sincere bitch fest. But then this would have been the full statement. So you would have been lying even then. So you're upfront saying, I tried to lie to your face to get you to give me a lesser sentence, and you didn't do it. You piece of shit. And wanting to be graced with Kranick's forgiveness, understanding, and consideration, Kranick's forgiveness is not who you need to be seeking. He is a third party who didn't know you from Adam before you walked into his courtroom, or actually, before he was assigned to take over this case. You have done nothing wrong against him. You do not need forgiveness from him. This is not his job. His job is to sentence you for the crime you were convicted of.
Guilty of murder in the 2nd degree.
And maybe if you displayed any actual forgiveness on any level, maybe you would have gotten some grace. I truly believe that he had 2 sentences written down. I don't know what the original one was, but I think he has a sentence that he was going to reserve if she showed genuine remorse, if the mask fell down and she was just honest with her answers and honest with herself. Maybe like 40 years, 30, 40 years. But then when she acted like the killer we all know she is, and she showed us just how vengeful, wrathful, rageful she can be when she is on the stand in a courtroom, surrounded by guns and officers, and surrounded by cameras with all eyes on her, viewing and judging every single syllable that she says, and she knows this. How does she act when she's out in the world on her own and in a relationship behind closed doors where she's angry and feels like she can do anything she wants? A nightmare. She sealed her own fate by showing people exactly who she was. So it wouldn't have mattered either way. She could have said this whole statement and it wouldn't have made her look worse. The worst parts were what she did to George and his family. That was deplorable, despicable, cruel, aggressive, and just attacking his family and his grave one more time before your megaphone is taken away forever. It's just that for me, unfortunately, and regardless of whom I had speak on my behalf, or the number of, it does not matter how many people you have coming forward for you. It's about the quality and the substance of the people you have. You can have 30 million strangers say you're the best person in the world. That's not going to outweigh that one middle school teacher who saw you commit the crime and has known you since you were in 5th grade. You know what I mean? It's about who you had speak. And who you had speak was a chaplain who only knew you while you were completing her course. Obviously, you were going to be on your best behavior because you were trying to manipulate people. And then 2 people from the jail. One was your roommate for 3 years, which the weird thing is you were roommates with that girl almost as long as you knew George. And her responses still felt hollow. It still felt like she only knew a part of you that you would show to her. And then you had a wheelchair-bound pen pal you only known for 11 months and swore promise to give a kidney to, who decided to say some words on your behalf as if she knew you at all. If anything, it just shows your ability to manipulate even further. The more she spoke about her thing, it just made you look worse. When she said, I don't know anyone who would offer me a kidney. No one in my life. Yeah, she's not actually in your life. She is in jail, about to be in prison. She knows, and you should know, there is no way in the world she would be able to donate a kidney to you. They don't just let people out of jail for that. Plus, her kidneys are rotted and disgusting from years of alcohol abuse. I don't think you want it. I don't think your body would accept it. I think your body would reject it or maybe get 2 or 3 good years out of it before it starts failing again. So, on all fronts, that is a terrible idea. And then you had Dr. Harper, who is just bent on destroying her reputation. I don't know why she was going so hard for you in a case that did not work for what she was saying. And she had to very much ignore glaring, humongous red flags in order to tell your lie. But none of that helped you, no. And apparently your brother did write you a letter in one of the letters that weren't read out loud. It doesn't really matter. Also, good for you for being a good brother. That is the exact right path you should have gone. You shouldn't have shown up for her in person. You can send that little letter, say, oh, we had a bad childhood. That's not who she is. Please just be lenient with her. She's a good person inside. But judges can also tell if you have a lot of letters that have the exact same talking points, they know they were coached to say the exact same things. And then to wrap up the first paragraph, you already had your ignorant mind was already made up. Yes, calling the judge ignorant is always going to work in your favor. Obviously, we know, like, she wants nothing from this, right? She just wants to express her anger towards him, which is beautiful because she's never going to get a response. But she's that kind of person who has to have the last word, and he had the last word when he sentenced her to life and then said, court is off the record, and then skedaddled. So she sent this because she has to let her opinion be known. She has to let it out once and for all, just to really make herself the joke and the victim that she wants to be. She wants everyone to know everything that she wanted to say. And so here we are. I think Kranick is happy you sent this because this 1000% justified and solidified his decision. And any appellate court who sees any of this is already going to have that vibe. Obviously, this can't be used in her appeal. It's not going to be a part of the appellate issues. However, appellate judges look through the docket all the time, look through the entire docket, even if they're not considering every little thing in there. They want to get a sense of what happened during this case, so I know what I'm looking at. And if they see a million of these letters to the judges and every single letter is berating them, belittling them, calling them a terrible person, trying to force actions, the appeals court is less likely to think the court made any error because of the situations that they were in. They were dealing with an inmate who was berating them and ultimately forced actions that judges tried to stray away from and would not do normally. So if you try to make an appeals argument of, hey, we never do this thing, we shouldn't be taking away people's rights to court-appointed counsel and this and that, then when they see all of this and say, oh, they were in unusual circumstances that required unusual tactics to resolve and make sure that the case moved forward fairly in protecting everyone's rights, yada yada, for the interest of justice, but-a-da-dee.
By your clear error and full-blown unfair bias against me since your involvement in my crucible case as a whole, I have been unsuccessful in receiving anything from you as a supposed fair and neutral judge, except for your wish that I spend the rest of my life in prison.
Yeah, it's not his wish, it's his sentence.
To life in the Department of Corrections.
But it's not his wish. He wished you didn't kill George to begin with, but he is charged with the task of punishing the crime you were convicted of.
Guilty of murder in the second degree.
And Honorable Judge Michael Kranick is probably one of the most neutral and bias-free judges I've seen, or at least in the temperament he presents. He let her get away, well, turn of phrase, he almost let her get away with murder with the amount of things that he gave her and amount of things that he let slide, which will look a little messy in the future, potentially, but not really. We'll get to it a little later when she talks about her case law, but put some respect on Cray Daddy's name because he did that. He ran this trial. He gave you the free reins to dig your own grave. You did it. He gave you a golden shovel and you gladly took it, laughing maniacally the entire time, saying, look at me, I get to be unshackled. I get to wear fancy black suits that make me look even more evil than just wearing maybe a light colored sweater that shows, I don't know, some kind of softness, not these hard, sharp shoulders as if you were one of the lawyers yourself, which is truly what she wanted to be, but she'll never be. Could never. Look at me, I'm able to get makeup and hair, but not really, but Kranick just let it fly because who cares? But you did get your snacks denied. Sorry, that won't be on the record that you were afforded snacks. And the fact that she got specific with it, I want some Pop-Tarts, I want this, I want that. Girl, go to...
Please know and always remember, Mr. Kranick, I hate you. Still and sincerely. Please understand also the judge, according to Cicero, quote, is never to lose sight that he is simply a man and that he cannot exceed the power given to him by his commission, that not only power but public confidence has been given to him, that he ought always very seriously to attend not to his wishes but to the requisitions of law, of justice, and religion.
See, this is why I can't stand when dumb people pretend to be smart. What does Cicero have to do with this? Congrats, you found Roman philosophy, but I'm not really sure how a Roman philosopher centuries ago has anything to do with the American judicial system. Obviously, we pulled references from it, but it is not binding to the American legal system whatsoever. But you're going to try to make it apply and then hold him to that value judgment. It's just, obviously we know this. Kranick agrees with you that he is just a man and is not actually attending to his wishes. If he was attending to his wishes, the trial could have been done in like 2 days. It is not his wish that you spend your life behind bars. It is your wish by your actions and the crimes you have committed and the remorse you refuse to show. She wants to make it seem like he went outside of the bounds of what he's allowed to do. He was forced to stay in bounds. He straight up warned you that if you didn't accept this plea deal, the lowest this court could consider is 22.5 years.
And you understand that you're charged with second-degree murder in this case, correct? You're facing a potential penalty of life in prison, correct? Do you understand that the score sheet minimum is probably about 22.5 years?
I don't know.
It's our position that she's biased. She is charged with second-degree murder. She's facing life in prison.
Do you understand that if we were to proceed to trial in this matter, and if you were found guilty, the lowest permissible sentence that the court could levy in this case would be 22.5 years in the Department of Corrections? Do you understand that? Ma'am, understanding the state's offer, do you wish to accept or reject the state's offer to resolve this case?
Reject. We, the jury, find the defendant guilty of murder in the second degree.
Ms. Boone, court sentences you to life in the Department of Corrections.
You thought that meant max. It is 22 and a half to life. You could have had that 15-year plea deal, but you did what you wanted to do. You fulfilled your wishes. You literally, this was in a comment too, and it's so true, that she literally gave up her life to make this statement. This statement, spreading hate, causing vitriol, trying to get that last jab in, that last word in, was her trading her life in for that last little dig. So I hope it was worth it, because you 100% sealed the nail in your own coffin with that one. It's just wild that you were given a get out of jail free card, you spat in their face about it, and now you're blaming them for not giving you what you were already offered. I am excited in my appeal, which speaks for itself.
Bon appetit!
Don't laugh. You can't laugh.
Me when I lie. My appeal, which speaks for itself, that's how you know she has no idea what she's using for her appeal, and she has nothing to use for the appeal. Judge Cranick had this case airtight. Any appellate issues she does have to bring up are not going to be good enough to outweigh, one, her actions, and two, how the trial would have played out. Nothing would have changed. Because sometimes people fail to realize that just because you have things to bring up in an appeal does not mean it is strong enough to get anything overturned and restarted. She also doesn't realize that if the appeal did work and it did go through, they would send it back to Cranick and have everyone redo this whole thing. So you sending this letter to Cranick saying, F you, my appeal is going to fix everything, even if you had a ghost of a chance of getting it, you would come right back here and the same circus would start back up. But now this time, you pissed him off from the start. You were lucky he did not watch that interrogation video until almost towards the very end. And the hearing right after he did was a complete tone shift. He was overly trying to be nice to her beforehand, letting things slide. Yes, she was rude AF and whatever, but he was just trying to be cordial. After watching that full interrogation, he said, what? Okay, Anne, next. Overruled. Was just done, kind of deflated, kind of like which is disappointing. You know, when you have hope in someone and you try to give them a chance and you try to hear them out and you think, oh yeah, you know, I can handle them. This happens to teachers a lot when you hear the problem child and you're like, oh yeah, don't worry, they just need someone to understand them and they'll be there, it'll be great. And you have that first interaction, you're like, oh, this is great. And then you find out why they are that problem child and why no one has been able to help them the way, quote unquote, they need to be helped. And he just kind of seemed like that disappointed teacher who had hopes.
I had a dream my life would be.
And then found out the truth and was like, oh, okay.
Electric chair.
My case law as well, in which I am extremely proud of, to have achieved and will continue doing so now that I am no longer in your corrupt court and free from your malevolent judicial grip. Sarah Boone v. State of Florida.
And I am choosing to ignore this verdict.
What? You can't. And this is what I was talking about earlier. She is so proud of her quote unquote case law that she doesn't even know what it means. But she's right. I don't know why she thinks she's achieved it. You went through a trial. Yeah, that's it. Fun fact, if you have ever been a party in a trial, you're part of case law. You can be. Case law just means citing former cases. Cases become...
You're eating my peach.
If a case dealt with substantive issues, wrote some motions, the judge wrote decisions about these substantive issues, and that was recorded, then that becomes part of case law, meaning in the future you can reference those past cases. So if you're in a court trial and they said, oh, sorry, you can't just shoot a clown riding a unicycle with a knife coming at you just because you're afraid for your life, that's not enough. Maybe they were in their act. Maybe they were this. Maybe they were that. And you come up, well, actually, Judge, we had this case just 2 years ago where there was a murderous clown with a knife riding a skateboard coming towards a crowded school of children, and so they deemed that it was okay and necessary due to the speed and the velocity of the skateboard to incite fear enough to make it appropriate for the teachers to use a flamethrower on the clown. What? But the case law pulled from there would be like, in a similar case, they said that deadly force was appropriate for self-defense under that circumstance. This is a similar circumstance, so that statute should apply. We should adopt what that judge said and skadoosh. Is any of this making sense?
Sometimes I'll start a sentence and I don't even know where it's going. I just hope I find it along the way.
No court is bound by any specific case law from any just random trial, you know, obviously Supreme Court and stuff like that.
Bon appetit!
Obviously the big stuff, but little trials like this, which this, regardless of what she thinks it is, this is a very little minor trial in the grand scheme of law. But she did achieve some things with her case law, and this is what made me a little annoyed with Kranick throughout it. He let a lot of things slide, which, whatever, that happens, that's fine. But I do not like that he allowed her to run the battered spouse defense, because the case law that the prosecution brought up, at first they try to get it struck down too soon. They try to strike it down during the pretrial.
Should she suffer?
Hearings, and the case law that they cited didn't strike down that defense until trial actually started. So it makes sense why they didn't win before trial. As soon as trial started and as soon as we were in on it, they tried to strike it down again, and he still let it. Exactly, Linda. He still let them run the battered spouse defense, which is, this was the big issue in my mind that does make case law issues in the future, because the cases they cited were, one, you have to have an overt act that has to be clearly defined, and it can't be accidental. Which, what was the case? I think it was Wagner, where the husband and wife got into a fight, they separated, the wife went across the street to the neighbor's house, the neighbors weren't there, she came back, she said, I want my car keys. The husband came out, she pulled out a gun, made him toss the keys to her. She goes to pick up the keys, and the gun fires off and hits the husband as he had turned around to walk back into the house. And she said the gun went off by accident, but then tried to run battered spouse syndrome because there was, you know, an abusive relationship, yada, yada, yada. But you can't claim battered spouse, which is an intentional killing, in order for self-defense. That can't happen on accident. And in both of these situations, Sarah's case goes against both of them. She has done nothing but claim accident since minute 1.
They're going to kill me. This was not intentional.
Okay.
And they're not going to understand that. They're not going to accept it. But like, I don't, like, this was totally like not intentional. Like, that's what I'm scared about too. Like
Well, that's what you did.
Yeah.
But not intentional. My intention was not to leave him in there. My intention was not to leave him in there.
He's asking to come out.
I didn't do it intentionally. That was not my intention. But my intention was not for this to happen. It was not intentional. It was not intentional. Not intentional. I didn't intentionally go to bed because this was not in any way, shape, or form, hand on the Bible, intentional. Not
absolutely what happened.
Intentionally. I didn't intentionally mean for this to happen. So you guys think that I intentionally didn't do it. That I intentionally did not do. Not intentionally. Not intentionally. Not intentionally kill him. I didn't do that intentionally. I did not intentionally do this. But my intent was not for that to happen. But you think that I did that intentionally. You think that I did that intentionally, and not intentionally to leave him there. Or intentional. In no way, shape, or form was this intentional. Because now you all think that I had even more, in quotes, intent to do what I did then, which was not intentional. I'm being accused of something that was not intentional. I'm not admitting anything about being intentional and I killed George. Not my intent. It was not intentional. I promise you, on life, it was not intentional. Which I swore on my son's life was not intentional. That was not my intent. That's my intention. What, that it wasn't intentional? Yes, but it was not intentional. Not intentionally. We understand that.
He's still dead. I didn't do it.
Intentionally. Not intentional.
Okay.
This was not my intention.
You were trying to figure out what's going on. We're still trying to figure out what's going on.
Unintentionally.
In my heart, I know he is with me and understands that this tragedy was not intentional. I hope everyone can, his family foremost. I didn't mean for this to happen. Please wholeheartedly know that, and always, I would never.
I'll get, in all capitals, rid of him. Then it'll be, in all capitals, better. Ugh, Torres.
And also the overt act for self-defense, even though it is a scintilla of evidence, meaning even if there's a small little smidgen of something that could have led to self-defense or that could justify self-defense, then you can use self-defense. This had nothing. He was confined to a suitcase, and she said the two little fingers. I think Henderson called it, those were like pulling out a gun. You didn't need to know what was going to happen next. She knew as soon as she saw two fingers slip out of the suitcase that she locked him inside of, that she was in fear for her life and then had to beat him with her child's bat in self-defense so that he couldn't leave the coffin that she was trying to bury him in.
His tone changed, and I knew the tone.
So you remember this? Are you drunk right now?
No, ma'am.
How much alcohol did you drink? Did I not tell you to not bother me?
Yes, ma'am.
So what is it you come up and do?
And we ended up, I guess, arguing back and forth with one another, and it was the things that he was saying very much frightened me, and cursing at me and threatening me.
Didn't I tell you before at 9:30 to not bother me at all?
Yes.
Because why?
Yeah, too long.
Nope. Because I've been up since 4 a.m. since yesterday when you fucked with me. I know how much vodka was in there. Enough for two people to have a really good time. And who drank it? I want it to be documented that I'm leaving you, which means that you're getting out. You're getting out. You're getting out.
Nobody's leaving nobody. Stop.
And
Did he want you to let him out of the suitcase?
I'm sure so.
Okay. Go ahead, tell me.
And it just got very heated very quickly, and he continued to push on the suitcase. And my fear was that he was going to break out of the suitcase, knowing that it was a broken suitcase. His hand started to come through. His hand started to come through this way. And so I shook the suitcase. Trying to get his hand to go back in, shaking it, and telling him that, please stop doing this, please.
You're despicable.
I'm not despicable. I'm not even doing anything.
Leave me alone.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. Well, I'm not doing nothing right now.
Get away from me. Get away from me.
I'm not doing nothing to you.
You do everything to me all the time. All the time. Heartache and pain is what you cause me. Heartache and pain.
How is that?
Keep going.
Please stop doing this to me. Please stop doing this to me.
Did that force his hand to go back in?
No.
And were you shaking it to try to get the suitcase, his hand back in?
Yes.
How long did you shake it?
I don't know.
But his hand was still out.
Yes.
Was he trying to get out?
Forcefully, yes.
Was he angry at you?
Yes.
Were you in fear?
Always.
And I dare you I dare you. You get on your fucking little bike and go to fucking work tomorrow. Don't look at me. Don't come close to me. Don't touch me. Do you understand?
What do you mean?
As of this moment, and until I can get you out.
If he would have gotten out of the suitcase, what would he have done to you?
Like he used to tell me, he probably would have made me unrecognizable, or I would have lost my life.
Get away from me. Get away from me. I'm gonna scream bloody murder. I'm gonna scream bloody murder. I will scream bloody murder. Get away from me.
Nobody's doing anything.
I'm gonna fucking hurt you.
Nobody's doing anything. And you're filming it.
Let me go.
Nobody's doing anything.
I'm asking you, George, to get away from me. Please get away from me.
Good night, Sarah. Love you.
I don't love you. I don't like you. I don't want to be with you.
Sorry I spliced in that other video. It's just every time I hear her drown on, I have to just bring up her actual words that she said around that time. Obviously, the video I showed was not the night of the incident, but it was just a random night, any random day of the week, all because he woke her up. So she really expects me to believe that's how she acts when she is being woken up. How does she act when she's being quote unquote screamed at, afraid for her life by someone she locked in a suitcase? So the fact that she could sit up there and say all those lies and now here write all these lies, I mean, it's not shocking. It's just runs completely flat and honestly just makes me feel worse for George, because now I can't believe anything she said. I have to question absolutely everything that she alleged. She has been injured in that relationship. He has hit her. He has admitted to hitting her. But when the police asked him, they said, "Do you hit her in self-defense?" He said, "No." They said, "Do you hit her because she hits you?" And he wouldn't answer. So I think that was the answer in itself. So I'm sure there were times, nowhere near seemingly from all the evidence we see, not proportional, but I think there were times that maybe he initiated violence as a get back, as you made me angry, you've been hitting me all day, now I'm retaliating. Not good, not excusable, but it's not what she's trying to say it, as in he would take a drink and then just go out of nowhere and start attacking and beating me and hitting women and this and that, when all the other women in his life says that he has a drinking issue and is a womanizer. Okay, that's most of America, honestly. But this was on an extreme scale. I can understand that. However, they weren't talking about him being this violent person out of left field, this and that. I mean, we see in the videos, he is tiny. And that doesn't mean he can't be violent at some times. It just means the way she is describing these incidences, as she had no power, he could do anything. As soon as he gets out of the suitcase, he's going to kill me, which that annoyed me. I was so mad at the prosecution for not objecting speculation to that. She doesn't know what he was going to do. He could have sprinted out like any normal person and say, "This crazy bitch is trying to kill me. She left me locked up in a suitcase." So they kept saying whenever he would get out, he was going to kill me. He was going to do this. He was going to do that. You don't know that. So the fact that they kept allowing Owens to ask that and kept allowing her to state he is going to kill me when he gets out, when for a fact she has no clue what he was going to say, what he was going to do. Even in this, she's not saying that he said, "I'm going to kill you right now as soon as you unzip the suitcase," which what kind of sense does that make? What kind of sense does an abuser saying, "I am going to kill you once you open this suitcase because you haven't opened it for the past 20 minutes, so I'm going to keep yelling at you aggressively and make you fearful for your life"? No, on the video, he was pleading for his life, and I can guarantee you that 9, 10, 11 minutes between the two videos, he was still begging for his life. Why? Because you still heard him begging in the 20-second video. She just wants us to believe that in between that 10-minute stretch, he instantly got angry, put down all the pleading, started cursing, getting violent, angry, trying to aggressively come after her, saying all this stuff. And then when she turns the camera back on, he's calm again and pleading. Probably using just the little bit of oxygen he had left up to say her name again, hoping this time maybe she'll have a heart. maybe she'll have a soul, maybe she'll let me out. And she didn't. So the fact that they were allowed to use self-defense for this bullshit really, really irked me. I know this has been a long tangent to make this point, but it's a big one in my mind. This is the issue. This is what she's quote unquote achieved with her case law. So the fact that he still let the defense slide on that means that that is case law. Meaning in the future, if someone says, sorry, someone stuck their fingers under the floor and so I decided to shoot them to death because that I was defending myself, now you have case law that you can cite. But like I said earlier, no court is bound by case law. So that's what Kranick is assuming. They're going to look at the case. Future judges are going to look at the case, see that she lost, see that this was outrageous, and just be like, yeah, but boom, 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 boom. For all of these reasons, we're not going with that. And I'm not using that as the controlling law of this kind of instance. So congratulations, you did get case law that's going to make things messier for people in the future. It's not going to be a major deal, but he still shouldn't have let them run it. I know he did it because he didn't want this appeal to go through or for her to have a major talking point, so he just let it slide. It happens here and there, but that's about all she accomplished. I mean, she can talk about wardrobe, hair, nails, makeup, all of this stuff if people want to ask for that in the future, which honestly, because of this, every future inmate in Florida, go ahead, ask for it. She got it, ask for it. That is what this case law provides. That's probably the one thing you can use from this case. She said she needs this and that, and they gave it to her so that she can not have a biased jury, and she still lost. But now people who have never made those absurd, ludicrous requests before can now make those absurd, ludicrous requests.
Ludicrous going in on the verse 'cause I never been defeated and I won't stop now.
Sarah Boone v. State of Florida. I have also added to my statement as a result of your blindness and impartiality. Foremost, you disgusted me as being an outspoken woman, determined defendant, and proactive client. Hoping the next time you put on your listening ears and do not unfairly oppress the next as you have so blatantly done me. You will never admit your many judicial errors, nor will the prosecutors there. And I will never admit to what you have wrongfully accused me of and judged me as. I am not a murderer.
Guilty of murder in the second degree.
Oh! I am a survivor. Sarah Boone. Well, that was her prologue to this mess of a statement that apparently she's added to because of your blindness and impartiality. I think she means partiality because impartiality is good, but, you know, dumbass. So we're just going to throw words against the wall. And she's adding to the statement as if that makes any difference whatsoever. Who cares if you're adding to the statement? This isn't a motion. This is just a bitch fest in letter form. But okay, you're making it sound like he's in trouble or, ooh, now look what you've done. I had to add to this because normally she does this when she's going above people and trying to get them in trouble. Well, I didn't want to have to include you, judge. Well, I didn't want to have to call the police. Well, I didn't want to have to call Melissa, the property manager, but you forced my hand. And now there's no one above him besides the appeals court. But she can't write to the appellate court directly because she doesn't know who her judge is. I'm sure she will write to them once she finds out who the appellate judges are, which is wild to me. Can you imagine them just sitting there and getting handwritten letters from her while they are looking at her other handwritten letter? Exactly, Linda, because what is she even doing? And then projecting disgust onto Judge Kranick, saying, you obviously feel disgust towards me because I'm an outspoken woman. See, I just called you a simple man a paragraph ago, and it's because you don't like outspoken women. Because I'm going to play that gender crutch as much as possible, which is why she said that bullshit with, I was raised that hitting a girl is wrong, no excuses.
I had nothing to compare to. I've never been hit by a man ever before in my life. I was raised hitting a woman was wrong and should never happen. No excuse.
You said when she drinks that she can get physically aggressive?
She can. I mean, she did it to me a lot, where she'd hit me and stuff like that. I mean,
What do you mean hit, though?
She'd punch me, I mean, more arms. She many, many times would use her claws. I mean, I had scratches on my neck at times, on my arms, I mean.
And we were informed of some injuries that he has. So he's got scratch marks to his back.
I know what that's from.
Okay. Because there's also like a scratch on like the back of his neck, like kind of like going, but it's like going straight across.
I have no idea what that's from.
Things like that where she'd dig with her claws. Okay. I never got that drunk, and I had restraint. I never touched her back. I think George didn't have that restraint, and at times he would hurt her back. So for all I know, all the times he got arrested, she started it. I don't know. I wasn't there, so. But I know she could get violent at times.
Okay.
I will screenplay murder. Get away from me. I'm gonna fucking hurt you. I'm gonna fucking hurt you.
No excuse.
As in, I can do anything I want, and you retaliating makes you the woman abuser. Such a toxic belief. I don't like it whatsoever. Now, if she never hit him ever, that would be a different talking point. I was taught to never hit people. No excuse. But she did. She was the primary antagonist and aggressor, and George even finally admitted it in a cop car after refusing to admit it so many times police asked. He pretty much stonewalls them, tries to redirect, and one of them he says, "She's my woman," and like the officer is saying, "I arrest women all the time," and he just says, "She's my woman," and then got quiet. And they're like, "So you're not going to tell us what happened? We see that you have cuts on you, she has bruises on her, but no one's telling me what's happening." We hear her side, but that doesn't explain what is happening to you right now.
Because I'm seeing cuts on you and I'm seeing bruises on her, but you're not telling me what happened, and you're the one sitting in the back of a cop car right now. I don't even know what happened. Did she hit you? All the time. Who hit who first? She does all the time. So she hit you first? All the time. But today. I'm talking about today. You don't know if she hit you today? Huh?
So the police know what's up, and in more of the body cam footage, the more you look at it, you can tell they want to arrest her, but they can't unless he says she hit her as well.
Ma'am, I'm doing my job, okay? You just sit there and be quiet. I'll be over to talk to you when I can. Every time you start yelling, you're interfering.
She hit him as well, and he won't do it. So it's allegations are only coming from one side, and technically, even though the police know to the contrary, all they can say is she has bruises she's saying are from him. He has marks, scratches, bruises. He's not saying where they came from, so we have to arrest him. Determined defendant and proactive client. No, you are a ruthless, remorseless murderer. If anything, that's why he holds disgust towards you. But he never displayed that. He displayed nothing but restraint and passivism in the face of aggression and monotonous requests that don't actually have anything to do with the legal issues at hand. But she made every single issue that has ever come across her seem like the biggest inconvenience, the biggest abuse that could possibly happen to one human. And this is just another thing. I'm not going to take responsibility for my actions of filming the murder I committed. It's you don't like me because I'm a woman. I'm determined as a defendant, and I am proactive as a client, meaning you annoy the shit out of people. You will not stop. You are relentless. And you use your gender as a crutch, saying it's okay because I'm a woman, so I can do all of this. Why? Because you're oppressing me if you don't let me abuse you. So, hoping the next time you put on your listening ears and don't unfairly oppress the next one. You want to talk about unfairly oppressed, and I hate when murderers do that, like you killed someone, right? Oftentimes viciously, especially if they're viral, uniquely torturous in this case, and yet you're saying his attitude is oppressing you. And just to insult your judge, put on your listening ears, you dumbass, right? Because you obviously weren't listening. She did this to Judge Wooten, where her 1,000,000th attorney withdrew, I think it was Bankowitz, and she was mad, being like, you just keep throwing your darts of injustice at the board, and there's where the dartboard came from. Okay, that makes sense now.
To save time for everyone to progressively move forward. He must have been throwing darts at a dartboard, blindfolded. Judge Wooten, you will remove the blindfold this time when throwing your darts of justice at the remember everyone has constitutional rights and should be treated fairly dartboard, and you wear glasses. So let's go for the bullseye. Please. Thank you in advance for hopefully caring this time.
Because the dartboard didn't exist in this story until Mr. Owens showed up. And now, and I guess it's because they went back through old texts or whatever, it's we were doing puzzles, we were painting, we were playing on the dartboard, even though she has never once mentioned the dartboard before a few months ago. But anyway, she used the dartboard analogy with Wooten, saying, and you wear glasses, so aim for the bullseye next time. Just being such a condescending little fuck about everything. And so words and phrases like that completely undercut all of your other alleged intentions and any kind of notable arguments you're trying to make, because you're just insulting people. And then saying you'll never admit to your many judicial errors, nor the prosecutors will admit to theirs. And neither will you. Obviously, you won't have it and will never admit to your endless list of errors and wrongdoings and just evil acts and deeds. But the number one sign of a person like this is they can see the faults in everyone else but them, which shows that they know what those faults are and the impact of those faults. It's one thing if she was just this kind of way and saw no issue with it, but the fact that she sees issues with other people allegedly using same behavior tactics that she uses and oppressing her in the ways that she oppresses others, even though that's not what happens. But the fact that she can see that in others means that she is aware of that negative trait and chooses to indulge in it anyway. You will never admit to having been wrongly accused and judged as a murderer. You admitted it non-stop. You have done nothing but admit that you killed this man.
I put him in a case and we were playing. Who zipped him up there? I did, but then I fell asleep. I was like, okay, well, I'm going to joke with you and I'll zip you up and make him, squirm a little bit, whatever it is.
You zipped him in there?
Yes.
Thought it would be funny, a little joke?
It was. We both were laughing about it. Okay. And then I fell asleep. So I thought it would be funny too. And he was laughing about it too. To dip him up in there.
The only thing I thought you guys were going to ask me about, which I was going to be honest with you anyway, are the scratch marks on his back. I don't know if you all have looked through my phone yet and seen any of the pictures and the videos that I have taken. So we don't have a drink, or he doesn't have a drink. So when you all see my phone, you can see all of...
Is there anybody else at the house?
Nope, it's just me and him. I would never do that.
You would never zip them up in a suitcase?
Well, I mean, we were playing. No, you have the password, he has the facial recognition, so it's not like someone else could be on your phone.
No, I have both.
To be able to get onto your phone, you told me that he looks at the phone.
Oh, I misunderstood. I thought you were asking if I did. Yes, it's me.
Okay. He doesn't know the password, and he doesn't have the facial recognition.
No.
But he is the only other person that would use your phone, I'm assuming, other than... Right. But Liz wasn't there Sunday. Right.
Put him in the suitcase. He had two fingers hanging out.
I flipped him over. And that's where it was.
How did it go from the back to the front?
Flipped it.
Okay.
And his head's right here. So going like this, rather than going all the way up, it's like this. George has done that in the past before too, where it's just like he thinks that he's woe is me kind of thing, where it's like
he's never been locked in a suitcase. That's where he couldn't get out. So
it's kind of. I thought it was the boy crying wolf.
And his video explains itself. It really, truly does.
You don't think that I had thought about that? It just happened to be that whenever I was videotaping or doing whatever else it was, just happened to not have that in it.
Okay.
You admit to moving the suitcase, over. So
you roll it.
You roll it over. It's not like...
I didn't want it to be like that.
You left. You say
I thought he was the boy calling wolf. Again.
Why didn't you let him out?
Number one, I had no idea it was going to end like that.
Okay.
Number one.
Okay.
Number two, just, you know what? I'll give you 5 minutes or so in there. I'll give you 5 minutes or so.
Were you punishing him?
No. Just...
Well, that's what you're saying in the video.
This is what you got. This is what you make me feel like.
See, and then it's all backfired on me. Like, it's all backfired on me. And I understand the severity of this.
He's dead.
It's awful, I know.
Okay.
It's awful. He and I having a great day, fooling around and being stupid, and apparently me going upstairs and hitting the bed. I don't have any injuries.
Correct.
Because he and I have not been at it with one another. I have never dealt with anything like this before. I don't know what to do, how to do it, and I always know what to do and how to do it.
You realize you're the person that killed him, right?
I thought about that.
Okay, you left him in a bag when he's begging you, saying, I can't breathe, let me out, and you said, fuck you. And you got up off the couch and went upstairs and left him in that bag.
Not intentionally.
Again,
I would never do that to George.
you did.
Not
It happened.
intentionally. Know that.
I don't.
Know that. Alcohol is a shitty thing. It's alcohol.
So
Not, again,
the reason that you killed him?
you all,
Please sit down.
listen to me.
Please sit down.
You all, listen. I did not intentionally kill him.
And you thought that just saying I didn't do it intentionally means, oh, you get to go scot-free. You're not guilty of murdering and filming your snuff film as he died. You told us it's not intentional, even though everything in the evidence, including yourself, says it was. But because it was funny, it's okay. Just so you know, if you don't mean to kill someone and it was a joke, you get to go home. In Miss Sarah's world, you get to just go home because he abused me and it was a joke, and that's why he died, because he is actually trying to get back at me, and he could have gotten out if he wanted to. I mean, I opened it with just one finger.
I don't think you all understand who I am.
Okay. Well, tell me.
I mean, I've always been a straight-A student. I am an outstanding mother to my son.
Okay.
I excel at everything. I would not do that.
You wouldn't lock somebody in a suitcase?
Well, I didn't, completely lock it. I mean, I opened it with one finger. I left enough in there for him to get out.
But the video shows that he cannot get out on his own.
But when I unzipped it with one finger.
From the outside?
But it had the hole in it.
You were able to unzip it from the outside very easily, because that's the way they're designed.
But you could on the inside, too. I don't know how...
Well, why wouldn't he have gotten himself out if he could?
I don't know. I don't know if he saw, where the hole was. I don't know.
I didn't see a hole.
No one
I didn't see no fingers
You're the
sticking
only
out.
one that...
Okay, well, it's not fair. It's not fair that you guys keep trying to say that that's what I did.
I don't know what to tell you.
You told us that. You didn't go upstairs?
Again, there was a hole in a suitcase. I unzipped it from the hole with one finger.
Well, the damn hole didn't do him no good, did it?
But he could push it open.
No, he
Did he?
couldn't. The video
No.
shows him pushing up.
And
If he could push it open, why wouldn't he have gotten out himself? Why would he beg you to open it?
I tell you, he can't breathe.
Okay.
Calling him stupid, saying that I could have gotten out. And then, and I don't even know if I can find this, but I remember hearing about it in one of the interviews. I think it was the interview with the prosecution's forensic psychologist or expert witness that was evaluating her, or it was someone professionally asking her these questions, and she admitted that she had gotten in the suitcase first earlier that night in order to support the claim of, I opened it with one finger. You could have opened it from the inside because that's what I did. Bullshit. Miss Claustrophobic, I don't want to share a cell. Don't put me in the cell when I get to the jail because I get too claustrophobic, even though I zip someone in a suitcase, is now admitting she got in a suitcase and let George zip it.
So can I ask you, or whoever it is, those holding cells, the holding cells, am I going to be put in one of those?
I don't know.
Last time I had a panic attack.
Let them know that.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, you're familiar with the Big Bay. As long as you go in and you act civil to them, they'll set you in the Big Bay. And you'll be left there for a while.
Can you request that while I'm there?
No, that's not up to us. We don't work at the jail.
As long as like he's saying, if you don't
If
act
you
up.
go in and act like this, you'll go in and they'll put you in the Big Bay. If you go in there screaming and kicking and yelling and
Why would
cursing at
I do
people,
that?
I don't know. I'm just letting you know that's what happens. That's how they weed people out. If you go in acting like this,
So I asked for the Big Bay?
they'll put you there as long as you're acting like this.
Yeah, because the last time I had a major panic attack on the little things.
I can make the accommodation where I could put you in a single person cell where you would have unfettered access, uninterrupted access to your case material.
I've been in a situation where I have been behind the closed doors also when I was made PC, when I first got to Orange County Corrections Department, and if it's anything like that, I do not ever want to have that experience again. And to be honest with you, forgive me, Captain, but I do not believe that it would be this simplified, and nonetheless, I'm behind a closed door for 24 hours.
Try being locked in a suitcase for 12 hours. Then I'll hear your complaints. And then unzipped it, which makes you even more of a monster if that did happen. I mean, it didn't, obviously, but let's just say it did. You got in, he let you out. He got in, you didn't let him out. You are the abuser in this instance. And if your violent rapist abuser who does nothing but give you heartache and pain and beats you up all day, every day, why on earth would he let you out? Why wouldn't he try to torture you? Because you were the one who tortured him. And as soon as you got him in the most vulnerable position he has ever been in his entire life, you reveled in it. And honestly, with everything we've heard for 4.5 years, I don't think she would have changed her actions. If he had lived that night, she would not have seen anything wrong and would have not changed whatsoever, not even a little bit. Because she's not even remorseful about it now. She's never once said, I wish I could take it back. I wish I didn't do this. She just says it was not intentional. I would never. Not that I regret what I did. I did this to him and I'm sorry. Can't do it. You're not a murderer. You're a survivor. Yeah, most killers do survive their killings, unless it's a murder-suicide or you're surrounded by the police or what have you. But odds are, if you are the one doing the killing, you are the one surviving. There is no evidence to suggest that your life was actually on the line at any moment. But yeah, this is a wild way to open. And even the Sarah Boone signature is in the middle of the line. This is so unhinged. All right, moving on. Black robe disease, arrogance in a judge, a slang term for a judge who flaunts judicial power and dominates proceedings at the expense and the dispensation of justice. Impartiality is the first duty of a judge before he gives an opinion or sits in judgment in a cause. He ought to be certain and absolute that he has no bias for or against either of the parties. If he has any interest, even the most slightest, in the cause, he is disqualified from sitting as a judge, and when aware of such interest, ought to lawfully and justly refuse to sit on a case. The delicacy which characterizes the judges in this country generally forbids their sitting in such a cause. The judge must not only be impartial, but must also follow and properly enforce the law, not abuse. He is bound to declare what law is and not make it. Be not an arbitrator, but an interpreter of the law. It is their duty to be patient in the investigation of the case, understand circumstances and difficulties by all parties, careful in considering parts of the case in whole, and decent in judgment. But at the risk of practicing judicial centrism, a word I have coined in this presentation, others have called it black robe disease. Whether he was correct or not in my behavior, it is widely accepted that judicial behavior affects the jury. Quote, and then there is the worst of judicial ailments, the black robe disease, which is otherwise known as arrogance. Lynn Tollier, a practical guide to becoming an emotional genius, 2007. Okay.
Quote, trial judges are affirmatively charged with securing a fair trial and must intervene sua sponte to that end when necessary. Brown v. Walter, that duty encompasses not only the avoidance of error before it occurs, but the fair correction of error that may have occurred early in a proceeding. Carlisle v. United States, quote, in the instant case, the trial judge did not analyze the evidence, he added to it, dealing with a more mannerism of the accused in giving his testimony. The judge put his own experience with all the weight that could be attached to it in the scale against the accused.
All right, so y'all just seen that corny ass shit.
Yeah, I just wanted to play that one all the way through because there's no use for this. But we will notice she's back in the margin now. She wants you to be taking her seriously. She's citing case law in this insult. I mean, all this black robe disease. I mean, she tries anything she can to find an insult. It doesn't mean anything or do anything to help her whatsoever, trying to insult the judge and then using case law to support that. You don't need case law in a bitchy letter because you're not asking him to do anything. But you're just trying to use it as support to say, look at all the bad things you've done, which anyone sentenced to a life sentence is going to think that the judge is... Exactly, Linda. Everyone thinks that the judge is against them once they get the harshest punishment that they asked for. She begged for it. She begged for life in prison.
Sentences you
Electric chair.
to life.
But yeah, we all agree judges should not be biased. He was not biased against you whatsoever. You could probably maybe use that argument a little more with Judge Wooten, just because he was your judge for longer and you insulted him in so many letters that you could have tried to force build a bias. But Kranick being the second judge on your case, he has no bias. He knew nothing about your case. He didn't see the video. He didn't see your interrogation video until he was forced to throughout the course of the trial. But that does not make him biased against you. If anything, I think he is way more lenient than Judge Wooten would have ever been. From the instances we got of Wooten, he was not trying to entertain the BS, nor believing anything that she had to say. Kranick at least entertained her and was like, okay, now where on the doll did the lawyer not call you? And you say, like, it's important to have judicial impartiality. You just accused him of being impartial earlier. You meant partial, but you were right. He has been very impartial this entire time. He has given the defense so much leeway, and judges will do that when they can tell a side is completely going to lose. Just because the evidence is completely unbalanced, the defendant is completely unlikable, the lawyers only have terrible facts to work with, so they will try to throw people bones, they will try to be nicer here and there, and that's exactly what Kranick was. He was understanding of all the lawyers who wanted to get out of there. He let them get out of there because he knew how damaging it could be for a lawyer who does not want to be a lawyer on the certain case to still represent their client, which every single one of her attorneys who withdrew said they could not represent her unbiased because of the adversarial relationship. So throughout this whole trial, she has created her own bias and her own conflicts. She created her own bias and conflicts when the public defender's office couldn't represent her because so many of them had represented George all the times that she called to have him arrested. So she conflicted herself out of that, having to go to court-appointed counsel. And then she ruined every single one of the relationships of the lawyers who stayed. And as we'll read on in a little bit, she blames absolutely every single one of them. She did nothing wrong. They all bullied her. They're big fat meanies who make it their job to make her day worse and to pick on her and to abuse her. Or is it more likely that the one constant in all of these failed relationships, in all of these abused men in her past, is her? She is the common denominator. So if we're just using the smallest amount of common sense that we can muster, odds are she is the reason this keeps happening. And it's also the reason Cranick was involved. Because of your terrible behavior, you kept stalling the court trial, even though you say you're not stalling because you didn't quote unquote fire any of them. You pushed them away and berated them and yelled at them. And this is how you are in abusive relationships, especially with George. You berated, attacked, berated, attacked, berated, attacked, got in trouble, berated, attacked, got in trouble, and then got mad whenever he tried to leave. And ripped up his birth certificate because he wasn't responding to you quick enough.
"6:34 p.m., 51 seconds, June 2nd, 2019. All up to you now, big boy. Look what you made me do. Or maybe your mom will for you."
George responds at the end saying he was working with his dad on yard work all day, and that's why he didn't respond to her. And because he didn't respond to her, she ripped up his birth certificate because she felt entitled to be able to do that. You said he needs to properly enforce the law, not to make it. It is the exact opposite. You have been trying to make law this entire time, make case law, make up things, because I say this every time. She doesn't know how the legal system works. She thinks she does, and so she thinks it's supposed to work that way, and she judges it based off of her own conception of law, not the actual law itself. So because it doesn't work the way she thinks it should, it's their fault, and they're abusing the system and abusing her intentionally. But the real thing, it was this: they have the duty to be patient in the investigation and understand the circumstances and difficulties of all parties. She's saying, you weren't patient with me. You judged me all the times I yelled, berated, and was just a absolute monster to everyone involved and just difficult as possible. It's because you weren't patient. It's because you weren't understanding of the difficulties of both sides. It's like, yes, on one side, we have a murderous killer who keeps saying that she's the victim of everything, complaining, and the other side, we have a dead body who was locked in a suitcase. So, I think he is being patient and understanding of both sides, given the circumstances. You're just mad that he was understanding and understood what was happening here, and you're mad that through that understanding, he sided with George, more or less. Or maybe he didn't side with George, he sided against you and your claims. If he truly thought you were a victim, if he thought you showed remorse, if he thought that you were trying to be a dedicated defendant, proactive client, all of these good mothers bullshit, you wouldn't have gotten a life sentence. But he saw who you really are, and he sentenced appropriately. And then she's mad because he didn't respond to her letters. So she's like, you're supposed to see all the unfair issues and you're supposed to intervene sua sponte to that end when necessary. And sua sponte just means basically to your discretion when you feel like you need to intervene personally. So it's not a requirement, right? He intervened when he thought he was supposed to intervene. You're just saying that he should have intervened when you sent him letters that go against all protocol, that actually don't ask him to do anything from a legal precedent, and actually just asks him to bitch to the other lawyer and reprimand them and say, stop being bad, be nice to her. You're being a big old meanie and now I'm going to punish you, is what she actually wants. And what got me was the end where she was like, his testimony influences the jury, and he put the whole weight behind it and this and that. I'm like, that's why he didn't say anything at sentencing. That is exactly why he didn't give a single thought or feeling about this case. And reading that paragraph tells me she was, one, we already knew this, she was always going to write this regardless of the sentence. She could have gotten 40 years and she would have wrote this. She could have gotten 25 years. Anything above the absolute minimum, she would have written this. And in her mind, she already wrote down his testimony influenced stuff. He didn't give a single thought opinion to anyone, including the jury and including you, and that's what eats you up. You're mad because you don't know his actual thoughts about you or the case, so you're just assuming he was biased. You're assuming he was impartial. You're assuming that he is disgusted with you because he gave you a life sentence. He doesn't have to be any of those things to still have passed that sentence, because that is legally what was appropriate for this crime. And it still blows my mind that some people really don't get that. You can go to prison for the rest of your life for one murder. If you are still a danger to this world, which she is, she flat out told you, I just killed someone in a way that most horror movies haven't even conceived of. I blamed him. I laughed in your face and told you it was his fault. He deserved it. And now I'm saying, why on earth are you giving me a life sentence, even though I gave him a life sentence by zipping him in a suitcase and forcing him inside that box for the rest of his naturally born life, taken away in one of the most unnatural ways imaginable. So if Cranick has black Robe's disease, you have black heart disease. Nothing in there. Nothing in there but just for your own self-compassion. And if you do love any other people, it is to the degree to which that love can reflect back on you. I love them because they love me. It's always transactional with her. But yeah, this was just a mess. Obviously, as we can tell, since we're already almost an hour and a half in and haven't even gotten to the actual new part of the statement, that we are taking our time with all of this. But yes, let's finally transition over to what she added to her statement. This is what, well, actually not what she added. I'm going to give a theory of what I think she added. But this is what she didn't read at her sentencing. The real important stuff that she had to make sure you knew. This was an edited version because I was going to say more. And here's the more. And even after all that's been said and done, theorized, hypothesized, scrutinized, and blasphemed in my case, still no one knows me. My gold also runs deep for my prior attorneys, Mauricio Padilla, who sold me the world with empty promises, then abandoned his responsibilities as my attorney after taking 2.5 years of my life when finally realizing he was in over his head, all while hoarding JAC dollars to fund his staycations with his family when in town from Miami, for having resources ready and available, not allowing me, the client, to ever utilize, which could have greatly progressed my case and perhaps concluded, only for him to decide water parks, fine dining, and choice hotels were more important, and on the JAC's dime. And here we go. We have officially transitioned to the lawyers. She wanted to bring this up at sentencing. She really wanted to say, whoa, 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 before I go to prison for a minimum of 22.5 years. She probably thought she was only getting 22.5 years, maybe 30 max. I don't think she thought she was getting anything over 40. But even so, at the moment where she is risking it all, she wants to bring up all of her lawyers and try to blame them now as though they are the reason that she killed George and are somehow a part of her remorse or anything. I mean, it's not, the statement was never about remorse or anything like that. It's just, really? You wanted to go down this path? Okay. So Mauricio Padilla up front, she has come after this man so many times, because I know I've always said that she can't let a slight go, especially from a man, and he got away from her. He was the first one to withdraw from her case due to what he called an adversarial relationship. She's mad because she abused him for 2 years, and then maybe 2 or so weeks before trial starts, he finally just threw in the towel and said, nope, we can't move forward, because she didn't want to go with his game plan or do what he wanted, which then the irony is when Owens showed up, Owens picked up Padilla's playbook and basically just ran with his ideas, because Padilla's discovery and his plans are still part of the 2 boxes that Sarah was obsessed with. So Owens had all of the previous work of every lawyer that has worked on her case, and he decided to go with what Padilla was pushing forward the most. So she did all of this. And she doesn't see herself as the issue because she can't, but she pushed away all of these people just to end up back at square one with what Mr. Padilla was advising her to do. But in terms of Mr. Padilla, she has already made all of these claims, or at least she's insulted him before. But she has no proof for any of this, right? She's making these humongous claims with not a single shred of evidence. Even if he was on her case, even if he did go to all these water parks, fine dining, choice hotels, you have no proof that he used the JAC's money to do that. He's a lawyer. He probably has his own money to spend to take his family on vacation or whatever. And if he's coming up here from Miami, he's coming to Orange County from Miami to help your begging ass for free. Also, side note, that is something that I have gotten wrong in the past. I believe it was originally thought that Brian, and I've expressed this on this channel multiple times, that Brian spent around $68,000 on Mr. Padilla, but I was wrong. Apparently, Mr. Padilla did this pro bono. And he did get JAC funds by declaring her indigent because he's like, yeah, I'm doing this pro bono, but I still need funds to get stuff done. So that's how that's working. He wasn't getting paid through the JAC, as in like claiming the $15,000 that we will talk about in just a moment, but just the funds in order to fund her other things, expert witnesses, transcripts, things that she needed done throughout the trial. That's what those funds were used for. But she's saying, nope, he did all of this on the JAC's dime. He told me, I have the receipts to prove it. No, she has nothing. But like I said, she has complained about him before when she was in her bitch fest letters to Wooten and then subsequently to Cranick when Cranick read them, because Cranick has already responded to this. She has brought it up before in her letters, and Cranick has responded to it in his 16-page judge's order, specifically about Mauricio. So let's look at what she said before, what the judge said, and how anything she said here is any different.
I felt he was sabotaging my case and setting me up for failure due to his micro amount of experience, which I found out after the fact and was not disclosed prior to my acceptance of his representation. In my macro-sized case, trips she's taken, his regrets, where he bought his gold sneakers, and many other unrelated, unimportant, time-consuming stories, all the while I'm trying to figure out what's going on and why he's not answering any of my questions. Nothing was ever completed or accomplished or communicated, building 1,000 fires, waiting and needing to be put out before making another to be left ablaze. I was always ignored and in the dark. So much, I prepared an 8-page packet for Judge Wayne C. Wooten to provide during both court dates, defending myself against my attorney's untrue, unresearched withdrawals. No one asked me nor permitted to speak my truth, to help him and the court understand my real concerns, along with the carryover since day one. I was trying to avoid going through any of this again going forward, in hopes he would listen and appoint a more suitable, experienced one accordingly, to save time for everyone to progressively move forward. He must have been throwing darts at a dartboard, blindfolded. This attorney, number one, is untrustworthy, unreliable, unprofessional, with poor leadership skills, and is extremely unorganized. He was unable to perform ethically, and as an adult, ignoring his client, misleading and deceiving. He didn't even respect me enough to speak before his withdrawal to try and remedy or figure anything out to stop. I was totally blindsided because of the magnitude of his ineptness and dereliction of duty. As a result, withdrawing from my case at the 11th hour after taking over 2 years with nothing I knew of but disappointment. I could have reported him to the Florida bar for legal malpractice. Exhaustion 1. He is still not helping. Him no longer being my attorney was not my choice.
So it's like literally the same thing. He sold me the world. He did everything unethically. He used this dollars without permission. He talked about these trips. wasted all my time, had these resources, wouldn't let me use it. Sounds like you were a nightmare, and that he was just having conversation with you to try to pass the time until he could leave and continue working without your presence. But the real issue, and you're going to notice this is the thread piece for every single one, she says he didn't even, have the whatever to come to me to see if we could resolve these issues. I was just abusing you. You didn't come tell me that I went too far. So now it's your fault, and you're abusing me for not accepting my abuse, or at least telling me that I went too far so that I could say, okay, I'm sorry. Let me put on my soft-spoken conclusion voice of, I just want you to stop being a little idiot and include me on my case. It's wild. Mr. Padilla, you lucked out with this one. You got some good exposure. I hope your business is thriving. I hope you can say, I dealt with difficult clients before, and you're nowhere near as bad as this Gila monster, so we can get along just fine. And this just speaks to the larger issue of, if you've already said this to the judges before, then who is this for? You know these letters were, in your mind, globalized, popularized, released to the media. So why does you saying it again matter? It doesn't. It's just another way that you can dig deeper while trying to call it forgiveness. And you put together an 8-page packet. You are still mad at him. Nearly 4 years later, you are bringing it up as though this happened yesterday. And Cranick summarized these allegations and then further allegations she made in his order. So he's already responded to these things.
E. On October 18th, 2022, Padilla moved to withdraw due to irreconcilable differences arising between undersigned and the defendant that have made it impossible for undersigned to effectively represent his client. As always, it is difficult to convey all particulars to the court and at the same time maintain all duties to the client. This motion was served upon the defendant and defendant confirmed receipt. See letter dated April 20th, 2022 and filed on April 26, 2022. F. On April 29th, 2022, a hearing was held on Padilla's motion to withdraw. At the time of this hearing, Padilla had been representing the defendant for 2 years. Defendant was present for the hearing and was sworn. The court advised Padilla that the court had received a letter from defendant, a letter dated on April 20th, 2022 and filed on April 26, 2022, which seemingly objected to Padilla's withdrawal. The court advised Padilla that the options were to not proceed on Padilla's motion to withdraw or provide the court more about irreconcilable differences. Padilla requested an opportunity to amend the motion to address the irreconcilable differences. The court reserved ruling on Padilla's motion to withdraw, gave Padilla until May 3rd, 2022 to prepare and file an amended motion with a hearing to be heard on the week of May 9th, 2022. The state advised of Padilla's diligence in preparation, and the court commended Padilla's work. The defendant testified to a lack of trust between herself and Padilla. G. On May 4th, 2022, Padilla filed an amended motion to withdraw, which supplemented the original grounds. Undersigned's relationship with defendant has become adversarial. The aforementioned adversarial relationship has interfered with undersigned's counsel's ability to effectively represent his client, especially preparing for trial. Undersigned appreciates the court providing him the opportunity to amend his previously filed motion to withdraw. However, after further researching the issue, undersigned is still under the belief that the specifics of the adversarial relationship may disclose information that may prejudice his client, and as such will stand mute on specifics. H. On May 6, 2022, Padilla filed a second amended motion to withdraw, which further supplemented the original grounds. Undersigned relationship with the defendant has deteriorated to a point where undersigned counsel can no longer give effective aid in the fair representation of Ms. Boone's defense. This motion is in compliance with Florida R. Judge Admin rules regulating the Florida Bar are present, or whether the attorney-client relation has deteriorated to the point where counsel can no longer give effective aid in the fair representation of a defense. I. On May 10th, 2022, a hearing was held on Padilla's second amended motion to withdraw. Defendant was present for the hearing and was sworn. Padilla advised the court that he had no other choice to file the motion due to ethical concerns. Defendant confirmed that she wanted to terminate Padilla as her attorney. The state expressed concern of a strategy to allow defense attorney after attorney to represent defendant. The court advised defendant of the state's concern regarding a strategy of defendant being unhappy with every attorney and advised defendant about the dangers of self-representation.
Which then she went on to act shocked when she finally lost her court-appointed counsel, as in, what? Why didn't anyone ever tell me this could possibly happen? They told you at attorney 1. Attorney 2 technically, but also attorney 1 in terms of who actually represented you. The first public defender didn't really do anything on the case, so I'm not going to count them as 1-1. But your first attorney that actually worked on the case at attorney 1, they told you and warned you about the dangers of self-representation, and even up until sentencing, you are mad and think that you were forced to go pro se out of nowhere without just cause.
The damage caused by George Torres, the Torres family, the justice system, Orange County Corrections Department, social media, scoundrel detectives, infamy, defamation, ongoing constitutional rights violations, second-degree murder, forced into being pro se.
It was even the last thing she mentioned in that god-awful sentence, which ultimately got her life.
Electric chair.
When you list things, you want to start off strong, and then you're leading up to what is pretty much most important to the person speaking, what they think should or will be the most impactful to the audience or to the self. So she started out with George. You list every little other grievance you have, even social media, even the second-degree murder charge, and you end with forced to go pro se because you will never drop that. That will always eat away at you every day, because now you're going to be sitting in that cell saying, well, maybe any other attorney could have gotten me something other than life. And that is correct. But also Mr. Owens got you that too. Every attorney got you the best opportunities possible, but you, Sarah Catherine Paulsen,
Excuse me. You're eating my peach.
Your way into life.
I hate Frank J. Bankowitz for committing perjury to the judge and on court record about my attempts to be a proactive defendant and client, inquiring about my discovery, then trying to communicate with no answers or correspondence in any manner for 1 full year and 2 months before I was able to finally meet with him in the courtroom, only to receive his motion to withdraw. Frank J. Bankowitz is hated for his greed in taking $15,000 from the JAC, who honorably aid indigent defendants as myself, for taking advantage of and robbing the justice system by lying and avoiding clients, taking their money and the JAC's.
She truly does hate Frank J. Bankowitz. He is the attorney that she has probably tormented the most. I mean, probably because he was with her the longest for the 1 year and 2 months. She just lies non-stop. Now you're saying he committed perjury. Mr. Bankowitz, an officer of the court, someone who, if found out he is lying, gets in major trouble and risking his livelihood and his job performance for you, just to spite you? Or the murderous inmate who only has to gain from lies, only gains from people believing lies, but she's the only one telling the truth. Okay, but she contradicts herself nonstop. She's saying, I got no correspondence whatsoever in the whole year and 2 months he was my lawyer, and I got no responses. We know that's a lie, right? That just is a flat out lie. And she agrees with it because while she was being petty and trying to smear his reputation, she admitted to all the times they did meet.
Frank J. Bankowitz has been appointed as my attorney by the court. Total approximate hours of representation, 7,200. Total times attorney met with client Sarah Boone, 6. Phone numbers given to client by attorney, 2. Phone calls answered from client by attorney, 0. Outside sources calling attorney on behalf of client, 3. Letters client sent to attorney trying to communicate, 7. Letters defendant client sent to judge trying to communicate, animate attorney in unsuccessfulness, 5. 15-minute video visits between attorney and client, 3. Attended court dates scheduled, 2. I was an attempted withdrawal. The other an allowance to finally be included in my PTC, which was the same information carried over from the others. Now what? 4. Our agreement made from one of my letters I wrote earlier this year after not hearing from you in a solid 5 months prior was to connect every 2 weeks with or without any significant progress. Oh, hell no. That is crazy work. 7/11/23, 12 months, 365 days, 52 weeks summarized, 8 total months, 240 days and counting. Are with absolutely no communication in any form, completely inactive. Total amount of hours as court-appointed attorney, over 8,760. Total times met with client, me, 6. Total hours spent with client, 7. Total phone numbers given to client from attorney, 2. Numbers that worked, 0. Total time speaking to client via phone, 0. Total number of 15-minute video visits with client, 4. Total number of letters sent to attorney trying to communicate, 8. Total number of letters to the judge trying to communicate my unsuccessful communication with my attorney in hopes he will communicate with him to communicate with me, 7. Letters to other parties to communicate, 3. Total times in court, 3. 1 was an attempted withdrawal. 2, carry over and over. The last time I saw my attorney, May 18th, 2023. Where is the progress after 1 entire complete year? Unknown. And as I've reminded Bankowitz during one of our 4 video visits and him repeatedly telling me how busy he is with all his other murder cases after, again, no communication for months, I politely raised my hand to the camera where he could see me and said, "Murder case. I am your client also and have been. When do I get to go to trial like all the other clients?" He said he had to think about everything and disconnected.
It just wasn't as many times or in the method that she wanted to meet, so she kept moving the goalpost of saying, well, you didn't answer my phone calls. Well, we haven't met in person. Well, they haven't been productive meetings when we have met. So there was always going to be something. And then she's calling him a liar because I believe he said that she would call him on average of 5 to 10 times a day trying to get in contact with him. And you know what? That tracks. Why? Because she's relentless. She will wear you down until you give her what she wants. She's shameless. She has no issue and does not care how horrible of a person that makes her look. And she did the same thing with Brian and their son when she said that she was she said, quote, "I was made to call daily for 13 weeks over a book and a hot meal that her ex-husband wouldn't pay for with his money."
Dad says you're annoying and beg all the time. Son told me after asking him to ask former husband if he finally ordered a book and hot meal after being made to call daily to check for 13 weeks.
So when you don't respond to her and you don't give her what she wants, you are forcing her to take these abusive actions, just like George forced her to rip up his birth certificate.
Please call. Come over. I'll come get you. Come over, please. I need a super hug. Hugs? Please, need. You. All up to you now, big boy. Look what you made me do. Or maybe your mom will for you. Response. Wow, that's really childish, but effective.
Just like the judge is forcing her to write all of these letters because they didn't give her what she wanted, what she felt entitled to, and now you have to suffer because of it. And Cranick also respond to this as well. We already all know your grievances with every single attorney you've had. We know them all.
X. On December 27th, 2022, a hearing was held on Bankowitz's motion to withdraw. Defendant was present for the hearing and was sworn.
The court advised defendant that the court had received letters from the defendant, a letter dated October 3rd, 2022, and filed on October 7th, 2022, a letter dated November 3rd, 2022, and filed on November 7th, 2022, and a letter dated December 5th, 2022, and filed on December 14th, 2022. The court conducted a Nelson hearing, and defendant was not seeking to remove Bankowitz. Bankowitz advised the court of the thousands of pages in discovery that he had reviewed and organized, and his contact and potential use of and collaboration with expert witnesses, including experts that Padilla, attorney number 2, utilized. Bankowitz advised the court of defendant's attempts to call Bankowitz at a rate of 5 to 10 times a day. Bankowitz further advised of his efforts to balance the demands of other clients with the defendant's expectations for communications. In response, defendant reposited that Bankowitz's representations were untruths, raised Bankowitz's prior public reprimands for lack of communication, alleged Bankowitz's action in this case rose to a similar level, and then sought to remove Bankowitz. The court pointed out defendants' inconsistent statements within minutes of them being made and addressed concerns over defendants' motivations, especially when there is something defendant disagreed with. The court specifically advised defendant that she is not entitled to an endless line of court-appointed lawyers until you find the one that you personally prefer. The court also explained the circumstances where defendant could represent herself. Ultimately, defendant did not request to remove Bankowitz. The court denied Bankowitz's motion to withdraw and directed Bankowitz to have a conference with defendant prior to the pretrial conference previously set for January 17, 2023. Z. During this time period, the court had received several letters from defendant. A letter dated January 10th, filed on January 17th, dated March 22nd, filed April 14th, dated April 6th, filed April 14th, dated May 15th, filed May 18th, dated June 29th, filed July 21st, dated August 2nd, filed August 7th. AA. On August 22nd, 2023, Bankowitz again moved to withdraw due to irreconcilable differences arising between undersigned and the defendant that have made it impossible for undersigned to effectively represent his client. As always, it is difficult to convey all particulars to the court and at the same time maintain all duties to the client. The defendant will not be satisfied with any attorney unless said attorney does not have a caseload and can dedicate his or her time solely to Ms. Boone's case. The best possible avenue is to have the defendant represent herself, as no attorney can satisfy her. BB. On September 8th, 2023, a hearing was held on Bankowitz's motion to withdraw. Defendant was present for the hearing and was sworn. Bankowitz addressed defendant's derogatory statements, i.e. dud, buffoon, and berating behavior. The court advised defendant that the court has received letters from the defendant. A letter dated August 26th, filed September 7th. A letter dated August 30th, filed September 7th. After the court's colloquy of defendant and her acquiescence to Bankowitz's withdrawal, the court granted Bankowitz's motion to withdraw and appointed Winston Hobson, and attorney number 7. It just never ended, and she believes that because she didn't get a response from the judge, which it never happens that way, judges don't just write letters back being, "My dearest little monster, if you don't sit your ass down and listen to your lawyer, I'ma just skip the trial and we'll go straight to prison." No, that's absurd. So on the record, it has been admitted multiple times by Judge Wooten and Judge Kranick, who went and read all of the letters afterwards, that all of your grievances have been heard. Everything that could be addressed has been addressed, and called out the inconsistencies within minutes. Again, because I always say she changes the goalpost, she always reframes things to where she can try to be on top. So he tries to withdraw in court, says she calls 5 to 10 times. She starts saying, well, he's lying and I want him off. Because at first, Just a few minutes prior, she said, I don't want my attorney fired. I just want him to communicate with me. And then after having that contradiction called out, she reverts back to saying, well, you know what? Actually, I don't want him to leave as my attorney. And that's how that worked. He then said, I'm not going to let you withdraw. Talk to your client, make it work, and then move on. But it wasn't until he tried to withdraw again, and she finally said he should be withdrawn, right? Because he's a dud and a buffoon and this and that.
From my perspective, am I surprised my attorney is trying yet again to give up completely? No. Is it a blessing? Yes. Let's be honest. Frank J. Bankowitz is a dud of an attorney. He is unprofessional, hides, lies, and is disrespectful. I had a feeling when other attorneys spoke about him, winced, sighed, rolled eyes, saying they have some of his clients. And after finding his 3 public reprimands, I announced to the court, and which he said pissed him off, being the reason for his first attempted withdrawal. This was going to be an adventure, but nonetheless, hoped for the best. Unfortunately, I seem to have gotten the worst. Thankfully, there are many other professional and scrupulous, valiant attorneys still available.
And if you're calling your attorney a dud of an attorney, obviously no one wants to keep working with you. She believes you should just have to take the abuse and keep working because that's your job and your commitment to me as a client. Clients pay, okay? You are an inmate, technically called a client because they don't have other words for all of their other broke clients. Everyone is a client of a lawyer. It doesn't mean everyone is paying said lawyer. And if you are not paying for said lawyer, you do not get to make paying said lawyer demands. The judge told you multiple times if you wanted your own counsel, you can go out there and hire it. Oh, but you can't because you're broke.
Bon appetit. Hide the money, y'all. There's poor people around. With your broke ass.
So if you're going to stay broke,
Insufficient funds. You ain't got no money. Woo.
then that attitude needs to simmer. Like I've said before, broke is an attitude. You may not have money, but it doesn't mean you're broke. I know plenty of rich people who are broke too, a broke ass attitude. And she is broke and she is broken.
With your broke ass.
But what's really eating her up is this $15,000. She is mad that all of these people got paid $15,000. Mr. Padilla didn't get paid that because he was doing this pro bono. He just used JAC funds for expert witnesses and all the other things that she needed paid for. But what I will say is every attorney following Mr. Padilla said they used most of Mr. Padilla's work. So he didn't just leave because he didn't do anything. He set this up and was ready to go to trial. You were just absolutely impossible to work with, and he couldn't do it. But she is heated over this $15,000 as though she paid anything at all, and then she loves to elevate, because I remember, I can't pull it out now, I'm not going to search like that, but she criticized the JAC for not taking her motions under advisement when she did stuff incorrectly and not just taking it anyway. But now, because she can uplift the JAC to take some moral position, the honorable resources of the JAC who fight and serve indigent defendants as myself, and you took advantage and robbed the justice system by lying. You have been the only one robbing the justice system through robbing all of these resources. You have gone through 8 court-appointed attorneys, or court-approved attorneys if you want to just split hairs. You've had private investigators. You've had expert witnesses. You have done nothing but bleed resources from the justice system when from day one we've all known you were guilty because you told us you were guilty. You told us from moment one. I put him in the suitcase and we were playing.
I put him in his case and we were playing.
Who zipped him up?
I did, but then I fell asleep. I was like, okay, well, I'm going to joke with you and I'll zip you up and make him, squirm a little bit, whatever it is.
You zipped him in there.
Yes.
Thought he would be funny, a little
It
joke.
was. We both were laughing about it.
Okay.
And then I fell asleep. So I thought it would be funny too. And he was laughing about it too. To zip him up in there.
You were going to use JAC funds. You asked the JAC to pay for makeup and hair. Makeup and hair and clothing for you. You asked for all of these things. Luckily, Owens took over that aspect for the most part, but you were going to use funds if they had approved that. That is you stealing from other indigent defendants. And she trashed Mr. Bankowitz's name so much, I think it did affect his business. She did bring up his family in one of the letters, and I'm guessing his family got some flack or got any kind of undue attention, at least enough to the point where Mr. Bankowitz mentioned it as a reason for needing to leave, being like, she's attacked me and my family. Knowing full well the influence that these letters could have. They have no actual influence on her trial or anything that she actually wanted done. But if she did have another fan out there, they could harass Mr. Bankowitz and say, you're not doing your job. You're not doing this, that, da, 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 da. And honestly, that's what she wanted. And then she's shocked that they all wanted to leave.
Winston E Hobson receives my hatred, who also unethically perjured himself to the judge and on court record about all the progress and attorney work he did in my case for the 2 months he was court appointed. As for his allegations of my supposed unethical requests, which meant me asking about my discovery and trying to have him file a motion for my lawful inclusion to my pretrial conferences, cited under FRCP discovery rule, but I wanted to be included in my case, and no progress from being excluded by Bankowitz and Padilla over 3 years prior. Hatred also in telling me he would return in a week with my discovery, only to receive his motion to withdraw in the meantime. Still not receiving my discovery, and I filing my own motion enabling me to go to all my hearings, including my pretrials. Continued hatred in his greed and selfish intention, also for robbing the JAC and indigent defendants of $15,000 more for nothing, justifying any work he really did do in the handful of days he represented me as my attorney.
I'm not going to spend too much time on Mr. Hobson because he wasn't there long enough for much to happen. He got in there, he dealt with her attitude, he swerved her multiple times, and then she kept pushing, and he said, all right, I'm out. He didn't even entertain the BS, but in between this is when Kranick was getting on board. So Kranick heard Hobson's objections and the reasons why he didn't want to be there for ethical reasons because she wanted him to lie for her. Kranick let him withdraw and then appointed Cashman. And even in that short amount of time, he said he spent around $400 just trying to make copies and print things off that Sarah wanted. Doesn't mean she hadn't seen it before, but these are just things she wanted. And he didn't even ask for that to be reimbursed. He just wanted his $15,000. I'm debating on explaining it now or later. I might explain it a little later. I think I'll wait a little later to get into the $15,000, why she is so hung up on this. But yeah, Mr. Hobson, you dodged a bullet. Hopefully she didn't impact your life or your reputation. You got your shmoney and you got out of there. And another thing, I thought I was done here. But no, when she was talking about the pretrial conference of, I want to be involved, because he submitted a waiver to waive her right to be there. And many lawyers do that because at certain hearings, you do not need to be there because nothing eventful is going to happen. She said, no, I want to be at every single court appearance, no matter how significant. They are all significant to me.
The problem is that my constitutional rights are incorrectly being waived without my knowledge or permission. I never signed any nor verbalized the idea I wish to waive my appearances to any of my court dates. I want to be present for all dates going forward, please, regardless of the significance. All are significant to me. Since my attorney fails to relay any information in any way, if he's not going to do it, then I must myself and for myself as always, my entire life.
3 weeks later.
To view from my non-progressive, lackluster court dates stating same information and same continuances, and of course, none of my comments, concerns, or questions from any. I don't just sit there, edited, like my case. I feel it more important also to communicate to everyone so you understand the undertaking it is for an inmate to attend court and why it is so important to me to have progress to report to make the day count. We are woken up at 3 a.m., taken to a holding cell and wait 4+ hours, then taken to the courthouse and put in another holding cell for however many hours until court time, for only a 5 to 10 minute opportunity in front of the judge to say anything, if at all. Then taken to another holding cell for however long, transported back to another holding cell, wait however long, then taken to another holding cell, then back to our dorm. Most court dates are court days, spent between 8 to 14 hours for little to no time to speak. It's important to me, us, we matter, hence my letters. What will be said for this one, I wonder?
So nothing's ever good enough. She wants to be at every single meeting because they're all significant no matter what. And then when she's there, she's complaining, nothing progressive happened. This is a waste of my day, which is why they have the waivers. She asks for things she doesn't even know if she wants or not. She wants things how she wants them. She wants to be able to go to that courtroom and to have a dialogue with the judge, and believes that she's entitled, that because that she is on that docket for today, that means he has to listen and answer her questions. I hate to inform you, that is not how this legal system works. You are allowed to be there because it is your right to be there. You do not have the right to speak at that conference. You don't, actually. If they do allow you to speak, it is a courtesy, a gesture. And you're mad that you can't just stand at your pulpit, as you like to always say for some reason, and just yell at everybody, because that's all it would be anyway. So Mr. Hobson was right in waiving your appearance, and then you got mad, and then you get there and you're mad anyway. That's also like the time where it wasn't like an emergency hearing, but a last minute hearing brought in, and she wasn't aware of it until 3 a.m. or something. And she said, I don't know why I'm here. I don't know why the media's here. She would not let that go whatsoever. But he's like, you had requested to be at every single hearing. Plus now you're pro se and I can't have a meeting without you here.
I am thoroughly confused. Was a notice ever put online for this or mailed to anyone? I don't even know why Mr. Lane is here. I don't know why I'm here.
Well, ma'am, you are now representing yourself, and previously you had requested to appear at every hearing that was held. As you are now representing yourself, the court cannot have any hearings regarding your case without you being here.
Okay. My question is, was a notice of hearing posted or mailed to anyone to where apparently the news crews obviously got it? How is it that I do not know anything about this other than my bunk being kicked at 3 o'clock in the morning telling me I have court?
Oh, she is plucked. She thinks she wants what she wants until she gets it. The same thing with those 2 damn discovery boxes. Oh my goodness. We're going to get to the discovery with Miss Cashman, so let's move on there because I have words. Finally, with all my gold received from this one, I hate Patricia A. Cashman for her mean, snotty, egotistical attitude and not listening or caring that I finally received my discovery. I kept asking for, which she fully withheld from me, citing her ridiculous, untrue reasons was because I saw with my first attorney 4 years prior, and while she being my present at the time attorney, I saw not 1 page of or any digital evidence of my discovery she prohibited me from seeing. And here we go, the last court-appointed attorney before Cranick said, we're done, you're on your own now. Because Miss Cashman, Esquire, is that girl. She is known to be able to handle difficult clients, and I can tell that she handed Sarah her ass, and to this day, Sarah can't take it. She literally had to beg the judge, please order her to be nicer.
I'm doing my best to let everyone know who I really am as opposed to the malicious murderer that everyone thinks that I am. I don't feel that she can do that properly. I still always, the reason why I'm here is hope, is to hope that she will come in with a gentle, softer side and actually listen to what it is that I'm saying and see the bigger picture other than what's the avenue that she keeps going down. There's other ways to win and in more than one way. I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do, but I'm not saying that I'm trying to remove her. I'm just trying to ask you, please, forgive me for having to ask you for this. If you could please let her know, please, to just be nice to me.
To me, meaning she wasn't letting you bully her like you bully everyone else around, and you were over it. You created pretend judge with her. I'll never get over that.
So much, I presented my solution in order to coexist with and work together in a hopeful, progressive, positive, appropriate manner. I added pretend judge to I added pretend judge to our interactions so she could calm down and ease up on her condescension, offensive demeanor, and obvious prejudgment. She seems like everyone else, not to remember. I am innocent until adjudged otherwise.
Will the jury find the defendant guilty of murder in the second degree?
She treats me as if I am not. After my introduction and explanation with pretend judge in the room or on the phone, I am trying to help her understand how she is making herself extremely unwelcoming. When in front of a real judge and in the courtroom is how she should treat me, her client, at all times. I should not have to invent pretend judge in order to be, and am not at all wrong for wanting to be, respected, no matter the outcome. I am innocent until adjudged otherwise.
The fact that you created pretend judge. Let me try to dare you to try a pretend judge with me. We will have to go to a pretend execution after they find out I put out a pretend hit on your ass.
I'm gonna call it 1-800-CHOKE THAT hoe.
So there's just this never-ending entitlement with her that she believes every single lawyer needs to. When I tell you to jump, you say, how high? Even when I have no money. Look, if you are paying me ducats, if you are filling this bank account, then you can talk to me sideways, backwards, reverse, upside down, any way you want to, because I will be charging you by the half minute. Otherwise, check that attitude at the door, because you know what? I get to walk out that door. You don't. But yeah, so Miss Cashman Esquire squashed all of Sarah's theatrics. She didn't like it. I tell you all day, every day, she feels confident going up against men. She backs down to women, and so she definitely needs to tell someone, please tell her to be nice to me, because she does not feel comfortable getting big, loud with other women, because she can't back up the checks that she cashes. But that's besides the point. The biggest point here are these damn boxes. Discovery. Oh my gosh. The way that she made me hate the word discovery throughout this entire trial like no other. And it didn't help you whatsoever. So for the person out there, the one individual who does not know what discovery is basically both sides giving each other, this is what we got. You have the prosecution's discovery, you have the defense's discovery. That way, no one's pulling out any surprise attack at trial. So a lot of times you see people say, oh, we're bringing this new thing in, or we're showing this new thing. It's not actually new. It's new to evidence because it wasn't put into evidence, but it's all in discovery so that both sides know everything that could come into trial. And that's all it is. It's just the evidence. Yes, it's important, but you know, that's what it is. She has wanted every single file, page, paperwork of her evidence. I do not know why. She keeps saying there's something hidden in there as though the discovery has the answers that will help her, when the discovery holds every evidence, every mark against you. It holds the videos, it holds the pictures, it holds the autopsy reports, it holds all of these different texts, and then also literal text messages, all the evidence they have against you. You were begging for it for so long, and for what? It all pointed to you being guilty.
Guilty of murder.
You seeing every single page was not going to change any of that. But you begged and begged and begged for it. I can't even imagine how many times you actually said the word discovery. Definitely in the thousands. I would say in the thousands. Over the years, this discovery became your one goal, your obsession, your entire life. If you got that discovery, that means you will blow the lid on this case. It'll all work out for you. And you were so insistent on getting the paper boxes, the cardboard boxes. You complained to everyone. Then when you went pro se, they needed to give you the discovery. It took a while because you're in jail and they have to figure out how to get you your shit. So they put it on a jump drive. Say, here it is. All of these 2 boxes with thousands of documents on it on a little jump drive. Here you go. Have fun. Wasn't good enough. She didn't want it. She wanted the paper or nothing else. That was her goal, and she was going to be relentless about it. No matter how many times people told her she cannot have those paper boxes, they will not fit, you do not have space, we cannot allow this in here. She kept pushing and pushing and pushing, and then she just flat out lied. She would say, well, someone at the jail told me that I could take the boxes.
So in speaking with the jail and understanding that you still have a private investigator that was provided to you through the state that's being compensated by the state, you're still allowed to utilize his services. The protections of the attorney-client privilege are still applicable to him, so he's able to review any of these documents, ensure that they are safely copied without violating any terms of the privileges. Those will then be placed on multiple USB drives and provided to you. Those USB drives will then be uploaded to a computer that has been secured for you at the jail for you to access all of that information. We could not send all of those boxes with you to the jail, and the jail advised me that they cannot take all those boxes. A process had to be created to make sure, and this is the process.
The process that I was explained after speaking to a couple of sergeants, and I've been waiting for that, and I would much rather prefer a hard copy of these to where I can write on them as opposed to anything that's on a laptop.
I understand that's your preference, but I can't do anything more than what I've done right now.
I understand. And I have had other information given to me, which is why I've been waiting for the boxes for them. I guess I will figure that out, because if I'm up at 2 o'clock in the morning, I can't utilize the laptop, which is why another reason why I was looking forward to the hard copies.
And so Kranick, giving her everything she wants, she said that, Kranick, you didn't give me anything. He bent over backwards to get you every single useless request. Getting your discovery is not a useless request. Getting it the exact way that you want it, in the exact form that you want it, is. Especially when it's been explained to you a million times why it can't be delivered in the form that you want it.
Clap if you care. All right, let's move on.
Whatever, come hell or high water, she was going to get those boxes, and congratulations, you got the boxes. Wait, what? You don't have space for the boxes?
Mr. Lane also took possession of the hard copies. Have those been provided to you?
They have. They were waiting at the dorm for me upon my return of the last hearing.
Okay, and where are they currently?
They're located at my bunk area.
Okay, and what are they stored, or how are they stored?
The hard copies you're referring to?
Yes, ma'am.
The 2 boxes are at my bunk on the side in between other bunks.
Wait, she has the literal boxes? What happened to this property bag, miss? I know all the protocols and solutions. You have the literal boxes. This should be your happiest day ever. You have been searching for those boxes for almost 5 years. You have been begging for every single file to see in its entirety, every single page. And you have the literal holy grail mythic boxes right next to your bed. How dumb can you be? Oh my gosh, you could lose all of that. And then that's your discovery. And it's gone. You have the digital one that you don't like, but that is, wow. Whew.
Okay, all right. Are they in some type of bag, or is it just the 2 boxes that are right there?
Just the 2 boxes.
Okay, all right. You understand by keeping those boxes there may be a risk as to other persons looking at them.
I don't have any other choice.
Are you serious? They created a whole process for you to have another choice so you wouldn't be stuck with boxes where they're not supposed. Oh my.
Do you understand that it's your request and choice to keep those documents in your possession?
I do, and I'm also requesting in my letter to the captain and to the major to also be able to store all of the USB drives and the hard drive in my locked drawer, also for an extra security measure.
What are you talking about? Oh my gosh, I fear she might actually just be not intelligent. Are you kidding me? You can't even store the paper copies, and you said, now give me the digital, completely all of my discovery, everything, no other safeguard. Give me all of it so I can unsecurely have it by my bunk.
Number 2, USB drives. It's a matter of security. The metal tips, the drive itself can be fashioned into something other than what it's originally intended for. These items are secured in a secure control room.
I understand the process. My only concern is if I'm able to have my hard copy of 2 full boxes of my discovery, I'm not sure why, other than the fact that the assumption could be made that it could be made into something other than a USB drive. And I'm trying to avoid any further leaks of information that could possibly be suppressed or utilized in my case. So I didn't know if I could have my hard copies. I'm unclear, other than those reasons, why I cannot have those as well.
And Judge, if you recall my request, I had asked for all of this to be placed on a USB drive so that we would not have the paper in the jail.
And I understand that. And Ms. Boone has continued to request the paper copies. And that's why everything was digitized, so that she would have that access to it. Everything has been digitized, but she has continued to request for those, and we're trying to make that accommodation for her as well.
Scott, if everything's digitized, why do we have to get the paper?
Great question.
That's up to her if she wants paper or not. That's fine.
All right.
It was never my decision to have anything digitized in the first place, and nonetheless it's being put on a laptop that is not even fully accessible because some of the programs do not work, which I have not had the time yet to continue to go through everything that are on the USB drive.
Wow, it's almost like we told you you wouldn't have space, but I have a property bag where I can put all my pages in there. You get the property bags. Well, the property bags, they're not stiff enough, so the paper, it's just a lot of paper. And because she's in jail and she can't have metal or elastic or anything, all of the staples were taken out of those thousands of pages that she begged for. So it was all just loose paper everywhere in these cardboard boxes.
Property bags that you all do supply, there's no rigidity to them whatsoever. It's just a floppy bag. So when you pick that up, everything goes in the middle. So there's no type of there's no way of actually being able to make sure that one pile stays in the one pile and so on and so forth. Do you have any suggestions other than manila folders that I might be able to utilize in order to keep those together?
Oh my gosh, why are we still in court over this? She had it on a nice, neat jump drive, didn't want the jump drive, hated it, complained about it nonstop, even though they were trying to help her. Then she gets what she asks for. Isis, the ice maker, knows where this is going. So let's get there. She gets the property bags. It doesn't fit. The papers everywhere. She complains again. She says, I gave back the second property bag because they gave me 2. And then the solution at the end of the day for all of this, after she complained about not having room for the boxes are encroaching on other people's spaces, the papers are loose and they're everywhere, and she doesn't even know if everything's there. Of course, she's going to say that everything's still not there. The solution was a third property bag.
Boxes are not authorized by the fire marshal. The fire retardant bags are. So the documents are going to have to come out of the cardboard box and into the fire retardant bags.
Ms. Boone?
I would have to figure that out for the voluminous amount of paperwork that are contained in those 2 boxes.
Yes, the 2 boxes that you begged and pleaded for, that you made everyone's issue. Don't act like it's an inconvenience now. I told you, I didn't want to hear about it.
There is no way to organize or separate, so it would just be a large mass amount of papers. So if I may, in the meantime, try to come up with some type of organizational structure of those 2 fire retardant bags with my hard copy discovery enclosed in those. If I could please do so.
So now you want the second bag. So they gave you the second bag, you returned it, and now you want it again.
Mr. Chavanel, I'm...
Captain Giovanni, is there any way we can give her an additional bag or so and she can switch it in and out of property or whatever it may be? Can we provide her an additional bag that may help her to separate her documents?
Oh, another bag. A third bag. 1 bag she takes, it didn't work. 2 bags she gets, returns 1. And so the solution is a third bag. Whew. During that hearing, I lost my mind a little bit. Like, this is the dumbest shit I've ever heard. And it's only because she wants what she wants, how she wants it, but she doesn't know what getting what she wants actually means or looks like. So then when it happens, look at her, egg on her face, doesn't know what to do with it, and still is going to blame you for it. Okay, that was a long discovery tangent, but I needed to get all of that out of there because I cannot believe how long she begged for it and she demanded for it and then was disappointed when she got it. And I knew she would be. I said I knew because, and this is just anything, right? When we have a goal that we want more than anything, that we get obsessive over it. When you get it, it's never as good as you thought it would be. It's never as fulfilling as you wanted it to be because that goal was more enticing than the actual result. She has the papers. She never even went through them all. She had the jump drive. She never even went through them all. So she begged, I needed to be included in my case. I need all this information, mine. She gets it, and now she's overwhelmed. But with that said, I'm going to leave the discovery conversation here, and we are going to move on. Patricia A. Cashman is also hated for admitting I had a right to a bond I asked her for so I could actually utilize one of my rights as opposed to having them always violated as prior and still ongoing. Then her deterrence of all my opportunities to do so. For all her lies, condescensions, gross unnecessary arguments, and anger that I asked any questions and wanted to understand, for her doing nothing other than give me an even harder time and request transcripts, then brazenly lie for over $16,000 for doing so. Also from the precious resources provided from the JAC. I hate Patricia A. Cashman for being a liar and a bully. Ooh, Lord, let's talk about this bond now. Because the bond kind of came in at the end. She had been resigned and hadn't talked about it in all of these letters for years. But then when Miss Cashman shows up, it's, why haven't I had a bond? Where's my bond? Why has no one ever tried to get me a bond? Because you're in jail for second-degree murder charges. You are not getting a bond. You are not entitled to a bond. And just a bond crash course, a bond is you put up money basically to pay your way out of jail in the meantime while your trial is ongoing. Depending on the severity of the charge and depending on the state and all these other circumstances will determine whether you are eligible for a bond, whether you can pay the bond, or how high or how low it'll be. Bail money is the amount you would have to pay or whatever is set. Bond is the method of how you pay. And there's different types of bonds. You can have a surety bond. You can have a personal recognizance bond, which is just you have a low risk case, show up to court. If not, bad things happen. You can have a cash bond, give out the cash. You can have the bail bondsman, which is the people who will pay, I think it's 10% of your bond or your bail amount, and then you have to pay back the bail bondsman instead of paying the court directly. However, if you go through a bail bondsman, then you don't get that refunded, and it's just you have to pay it off with them. Kind of like a loan. The bond is basically binding you to the court process. So if you go throughout the entire trial, you show up to every single meeting, appointment you are supposed to, then at the end of the trial, regardless of the conclusion, you get that bond back. But if you violate those conditions or terms of your bond in any way, then you lose the bond. So you may have paid $10,000 to get out on bond. After you finish the court process, they will give you that $10,000 back. However, if you missed anything or you do any little mess up, then you just lose that $10,000 in total, and you're in violation of your bond, and you get sent back in until your trial is completed. However, for capital offenses and many life imprisonment based offenses, i.e. second-degree depraved heart murder, they do not give bonds. Why? Because you are a flight risk. If you are on the line for life in prison, you have nothing to lose if you try to run away. But yeah, she was told up front that she could not have a bond. Like the day after she was arrested, she was brought into court. They, do their initial meeting, and they had the quick bond hearing. And they were like, based off of the autopsy results, no, you can't have a bond.
Ma'am, good morning. Your name?
Sarah Boone.
The autopsy findings, which include significant evidence of trauma to multiple sites on the victim's body.
The state asked for no bond. The judge agreed. In Orange County, Alex Villarreal, West 2 News.
And what got me about this is that she sat up there and shook her head no when the judge is reading the autopsy shows that there's significant damage all over his body, and she's gonna act like no there wasn't, as though she's the one who performed the autopsy. She couldn't even accept anything, including the day after she was arrested. I mean, why would she have? She hasn't accepted it 4.5 years afterwards, so why would I expect her to do it then? But yeah, she was told ever since the start, you cannot have a bond because you are a violent murderer who is a risk to everyone around you. But now, 4 years later, you forgot all of that, and now you're saying, why am I not allowed to have a bond? This is my legal right, and you are taking this away from me, and she's lying to me, this and that. And regardless of all the things she says about Kranick being like, he didn't give me anything, he didn't listen, he listened to you during that whole hearing when Miss Cashman was withdrawing, because you were just complaining about her, insulting her, all these things, and saying that she lied. And then he immediately asked you what the lie was, and then it wasn't a lie at all.
It's things that she likes to tell me is not necessary, but I know for a fact it is necessary. She likes to, in quotes, put things to rest all the time and constantly tells me I'm not having this conversation with you. So I'm not going to waste my time, and I, being in jail, have supposedly abundant amounts of. She's not going to waste my time because she's not going to explain something to me. And I have taken it upon myself to explain it to myself because she refuses to do so. I don't understand what it is that she has against me. I have told her from day one that her snotty attitude was inappropriate, and I try very hard to bear with her and her attitude.
Sorry, but even just right there, I have no idea what she has against me. I just told her on day one her snotty attitude is unappreciated. Why does she have anything against me? Zero self-awareness, just really rude to everyone who ever tries to help her in any capacity, and then claims victim nonstop.
I don't know what it is that I'm doing wrong to her, but I feel that her attitude has equaled prejudice, which is not in my favor, especially considering she's supposedly representing my life.
The court sentences you to life in the Department of Corrections.
Okay. Give me an example of, if you could, of items that you believe are important Ms. Cashman is not giving attention to or dismissing as you may have framed it.
Yes, Your Honor. She likes to tell me that I don't like her answers. She's not giving me any answers to this written 3 pages worth of questions, but I'm still waiting for her and any other attorney to actually answer for me, such as, why can't I have a bond? Why can't I have a download of my phone? Why can't I speak to my investigator? Why can't I have my medical records? Why can't I fully utilize my constitutional rights?
And before we move on, she has gotten everything on that list. She has gotten her questions answered. She does not like the answers, and they're not answering the way that she wants them to, so that means you just didn't answer. The same thing with the news at that one hearing. She asked, is the news there 3 or 4 or 5 times, and he said, I can't answer that, I don't know, a million times. And then he was just like, you keep asking the same question, the answer is the same, and she still wouldn't let it go.
Okay, my question is, was a notice of hearing posted or mailed to anyone to where apparently the news crews obviously got it? How is it that I do not know anything about this other than my bunk being kicked at 3 o'clock in the morning telling me I have court? Just very odd to me that the news knew about it before I did.
Again, I can't speak to that.
How is it the news knows before I do?
You keep asking the same question and the answer is going to be the same. I cannot answer that question for you because I do not know.
I really don't know what to say, and because I supposedly have no way to contact you other than a letter, and the same for you, I don't know how the news crews got here before I did.
I've already explained.
Ask the news crews how they got here?
No, ma'am, I'm not going to let you do that. They're not under oath. They're not a party to this action right now.
It's wrong and it's unfair.
So when she says, my questions aren't getting answered, they are. They're just not what you want. You also have gotten a download of your phone. It didn't help you when you finally got it yourself, because you got it in so many different forms. It didn't help you whatsoever. It just showed your guilt. You thought it would show, oh, look at all the damage that he's done to me, when it showed the exact opposite of you filming yourself being an abuser. Can you imagine? Because it's one thing if it's the reverse of your victim was able to record you in some moments where you exploded and blew up and were abusing them. No, you did it yourself, thinking you were in the right. That's wild to me. And she also had her medical records too. That's why her notes were written in the margins. I don't know what she needs to see in those medical records so many multiple times. It's not going to change. Okay, but back to the bond hearing.
I'm not saying that I'm trying to remove her. I'm just trying to ask you, please, forgive me if I haven't asked you for this. If you could please let her know, please, to just be nice to me and have a welcoming attitude, and things will probably change, and I will not get up and I walk out. Please don't lie to me. Please don't give me half-truths. And
What instances where there's been falsities or lies that have been told to you by Ms. Cashman? Can you give me an example?
my biggest one, Your Honor, is for me being here ongoing 5 years, no one has ever bothered to try to get me a bond.
What's the lie? You said that she has lied to you. What is the lie?
The process of getting a bond. She lied to my brother in regards to telling him that he would need to come down to the courthouse to have multiple photographs taken for documentation. He would have to bring the security information deeds to his house. And then it turns into all these other different stories of why she won't do or why she has said certain things. It always changes and it mutates.
So if it always changes and it mutates, you admit that you're getting answers to the questions you are asking her. It is just not the answer you like. She is telling you your Marine brother would have to come in with all these documentations, with his security clearance, with the deed to his property. Property bond is also a type of bond. Yes, he would need to do that. Why? Because you are not allowed a bond whatsoever. And if you've already been denied a bond and you want a new bond, you're going to have a lot of evidence to prove why you are not a danger, why you deserve one, and why now. And you'd basically be asking your brother to take full responsibility for you. He would be responsible if you were a flight risk. He would be responsible if you didn't show up to some of your court dates. He would be responsible for, he would lose the bail if anything happened that you did incorrectly during this entire process. But it doesn't matter to you. You don't care the potential drawbacks it brings on others. It's about you, and she lied. How did she lie to you? She lied to my brother. So she didn't lie to you. You're saying that she lied to your brother.
After I asked her for certain things, not just for the bond, but for other things also.
Okay, well, let's focus on the bond issue, because you said that she's lied to you, and what you've told me so far, none of that is inaccurate.
So how is it though, because I don't have any experience prior to this, I don't know the process of getting a bond other than what I have read, and it's just for her to do a bond, a motion for a bond hearing. But I didn't know that anyone, all of the other inmates, even officers, have ever said that they've had to do that process.
And then she loves to backtrack when she's called out. So none of that is a lie. Where is the lie? Because she started off saying, well, Miss Cashman says that there's things that are not necessary and are not this or that, when I know for a fact they're necessary, and she won't explain it to me, so I had to explain it to myself.
And it's things that she likes to tell me is not necessary, but I know for a fact it is necessary. She likes to, in quotes, put things to rest all the time and constantly tells me I'm not having this conversation with you. So I'm not going to waste my time, and I, being in jail, have supposedly abundant amounts of. She's not going to waste my time because she's not going to explain something to me. And I have taken it upon myself to explain it to myself because she refuses to do so.
And now he's like, well, that's not a lie. She said everything properly. Well, how am I supposed to know if no one's going to explain it to me? Okay, Miss Batty Girl, you just said you explained it to yourself. So hold that same energy of I know more than my lawyer. And then when it gets thrown back in your face, well, no one's telling me anything. Then don't act like you know shit when you don't. Well, none of the other inmates or guards had to do this. Yeah, because they didn't kill their boyfriends by zipping them in a suitcase. Every case is different, and no one could anticipate what are the bail outcomes, what are the bond outcomes for someone who has zipped their boyfriend up in a suitcase, and that boyfriend happens to have multiple blunt force injuries all over his body. Should she receive a bail? No, and that's why none of your lawyers tried to do it. It's the same reason none of your lawyers tried to get the interrogation suppressed, especially with that weak-ass fake Miranda card, because the statement was airtight. All of the protocols were given. You were given your Miranda rights. Everything was, it was the most voluntary statement that could have ever possibly been given. Nothing was coerced whatsoever. So there was no point in them trying to have it suppressed. But she got Owens to do it, and this is another case of why won't anyone do the bond? I'm surprised she didn't have Owens try to get the bond for her. Why can't I get bond out for the week before trial? But by that point, it had been explained to her 1,000,001 times that you can't have a bond, let it go. She probably heard one of her, jailhouse lawyers in there saying, oh, you have a right to a bond. Wait, they didn't tell you you couldn't? Well, you're entitled for at least a hearing. And she thinks that if she got a hearing, that means she would get it. She thinks she could say what she just told Kranick of, I'm not a flight risk. Everyone knows who I am, so there's no reason why I shouldn't have a bond. And all of my fans, it doesn't matter how sky high the bond is, they'll set up GoFundMes and they'll pay for it and they'll do this and do that. Child, if they had that money for a GoFundMe, they could pay for your lawyer because your bond would be easily in the 6 figures, I would say, if not higher. So imagine just trying to work with her. Anytime you say something, it's being reframed constantly to her victimizing herself and making you the bully. That's another thing that manipulators and people like this in relationships, or just any kind of relationships in general, people do not like being made the bully, the aggressor, the abuser 24/7. Sometimes, sure, okay, feel sorry for yourself, feel sorry that you didn't know X, Y, or Z, but when that becomes a pattern, everyone is exhausted and over it. You cannot be a perpetual victim around someone and them wanting to stay around you. So her non-stop blaming everyone else for her killing her boyfriend does not make them want to work with you. It just doesn't. Or be with you, be friends with you. Where are all these friends that you always talk about George threatening their lives and not allowing you to hang out with, and you weren't allowed this or that? Where you couldn't find a single one of them to come forward for you. Not one. They may have written a letter. I don't know who all wrote letters, but in person, you couldn't find one other person in your life who you knew back then that would come vouch for you as a good person. So, with that in mind, I don't believe anything you say ever.
In order to have photographs taken and documented and news crews and visits to his house, he's not posting my bond, which I told her a million one times, but she still spooked him by asking by him thinking that he's going to have to, and it would threaten his security clearance considering he's in the service, the military. So she totally deterred me from having my brother's address in order for me to have a motion for a bond. No one else has even bothered to even ask me for one, and I will be honest with you and the court. I know for a fact that however sky high my limit would be for my bond to receive, I know for a fact unless my fans would set up GoFundMe pages or God's will or however else it is he planned on for me to have it paid, if at all, my point is to utilize my rights to have a bond. And with the information that I have included in here to you, for the amount of saturation of publicity, there's nowhere that I could go even if I were to be an in quotes flight risk because of the amount of information that everybody already knows about me, what I look like, and what I eat apparently, and so many other things. There's nowhere I could go if I were to even think about being a flight risk. It's just the fact that I would like please to have a bond so I can say that I actually achieved something.
What it said was the media's been in the courtroom for all the hearings, and it's likely that they would be here for the bond hearing, and that your face could be on the television, and it was a concern for him. And I'm gonna just leave it at that. But Judge, I can't spend all my time defending what I'm doing and at the same time be effectively preparing a case.
Okay, but that was the long-ass bond tangent. I just had to get that out of there to say she kept saying that Miss Cashman told her and lied to her saying that she had a right to a bond. No, she didn't. She may have said, most inmates have a right to a bond, but once that right is taken away, it's not just snap your fingers and you get it back because you have a new attorney. Which leads into the big point that she can't get away from. And so she lied for over $16,000 from the JAC, which she did get $1,000 extra because she performed extra services, including getting transcripts, removing the staples from all of the discovery to give them to her, and a few other things. I can't remember what it is, but she had it all, her whole billing listed out, and she presented that before the chief judge when they had the three-way deadlock meeting that I talk about, where all three of those lawyers, Bankowitz, Hobson, and Cashman, met with the chief judge in order to get their shmoney because the JAC was playing games. And I'll explain a little more of that in like 2 seconds. But of course, it's the precious resources from the JAC because they're precious now because she wants them. Hatred for all those who did not include me to receive my $15,000 share I worked for when Judge Kranick forced me to be my own attorney, to represent myself as pro se.
Don't laugh. You can't laugh.
Bon appetit.
Wow, I cannot believe. I mean, we've reached just new levels, new depths of lunacy. I cannot believe she just said, where is my $15,000 for representing myself? Madam, I'm not sure you quite understand how a job works. Jobs perform services for individuals who need services performed. I'm not getting paid to unclog my own toilet. That's why I call a plumber. You need to be defended against your second-degree murder charge. That is a you issue. Our Constitution just affords you the right to have a court-appointed counsel when your broke ass can't afford it.
Insufficient funds. You ain't got no money.
But that is not at all to say that you are supposed to get paid for doing any legal work whatsoever, especially when it's on your own case. I mean, how dumb can you really be? Wow. Because the thing is, we know she's being facetious to a degree, but she's also serious to a degree. She believes she deserves to be paid because she was forced to go pro se because of her horrible actions to her prior attorneys. That is wild work to me. Also, $15,000 for this case is very small. Not a lot at all. So she's making it seem like, how could they get, I mean, maybe she's not used to 15,000, so it is just like a lot. But to work a trial, to work a case, especially one of this size, of this complexity, and not that the case itself is complex, but that your defendant, client, whatever you want to call her, is making things infinitely worse for you every single day by writing these letters, by making glaring admissions in these letters, by harassing everyone with a pulse in a 100-mile radius. All of that adds more work to your attorneys. That is why they're getting paid. I can't believe it. She literally wrote that. She said, my $15,000. So the $15,000, I've been avoiding it. I've been prolonging it. The $15,000 came from the JAC capped it at, in order to litigate Sarah's case, the attorney is paid $15,000 in total from start to finish. Wildness to me. However, the JAC wanted all three attorneys to split $15,000. So each of them would have gotten only $5,000 for working with this monster nightmare of a client. I would have raised hell, and all three of them did. They submitted their motions. The JAC has to deny all of these claims, like that's just their standard protocol. He also said, I think Zordon mentioned that they hadn't updated their system or whatever, their standards since like either 2012, 2014, something like that. And that's why it's at this $15,000 cap. However, the way he phrased it is like he's pretty sure the judge was going to overturn that and make them pay. That's why he didn't want to be at the hearing himself. He was like, we just, announce our objection to going over it, but we don't request our own appearance to be there. Meaning, if you decide to overrule our objection, we're not fighting back on it. Which is a veiled way of saying, pay them their money, we don't really care at the end of the day. So yes, they had to meet with the chief judge who heard all of their arguments, and she made her opinion known. She said, I know all about the Sarah Boone case, and she has ruined all of these relationships with her attorneys. And after they all did substantial amount of work.
And I will tell you that I am very familiar with Ms. Boone's case because she has gone through many, many attorneys and has, according to Judge Kranick's order, sabotaged those relationships. And accordingly, attorneys needed to withdraw and new attorneys were appointed. And I do recognize that a lot of work was done for Ms. Boone. So we will start with Mr. Bankowitz, then move to Mr. Hobson, and then to Ms. Cashman.
What I don't get is after she went pro se and was out of her depth and realized all the work that went into actually representing her, you think that she would have more appreciation for the job itself and all the things they did that weren't talking with her. Because if you weren't talking with her, then you weren't representing her in her mind. You did absolutely nothing. Depositions, motions, none of that means anything because you didn't do it with her. So you didn't represent her. You think she would have more respect for that. Nope. Still as disrespectful as ever, still thinks I deserve the exact same amount as the lawyers who actually knew what they were talking about, went to school for this, and were trying to help me, and I refuse to accept their help. But yeah, the chief judge decided to pay them all $15,000 and Miss Cashman $16,000 because she had the receipts that supported more. And Sarah is heated that they all got paid the exact same. And the real reason she wants it is because Brian isn't paying her alimony, and so she is Brokiana. She is Brokesha. She is Broke Andre. She is Broke Tisha, Brokingham. Not a penny to her name.
Hide the money, y'all. There's poor people around. With your broke ass.
So she thinks she deserves $15,000. Nice try. Nice try. But yeah, that is the bond spiel. We are now going to move on.
I actually and finally got my own discovery. Almost 5 years later, filed motions all prior should have done, making them the most expensive motions ever at over $46,000 between 3 prior attorneys: Frank J Bankowitz, Walter E Hobson, Patricia A Cashman,
Sarah Catherine Paulsen.
You're eating my peach.
Now we all said our names. SKR. Look, we're all joining in. And now Winston went to Walter, I'm guessing. Maybe that's his original name that she somehow found out, and he goes by Winston. Whatever. Also, your motions at $46,000 are not the most expensive whatsoever. I get it. You don't have a lot of money. $46,000 in a legal case, not that much at all. The Karen Reed trial definitely went through millions of dollars throughout the course of 10 weeks with some of the most expensive lawyers in the country. So, no. You having to do a little bit of work on your own, one, is not worth $46,000. Two, does not make you better than the attorneys that had to withdraw due to your terrible behavior. And three, most of those motions got denied anyway.
Would they have done so when supposedly representing me? The motions would have been priceless for the proper use of JAC funds towards ethics, professionalism, honesty, and freedom. I honorably utilized my JAC resources and mentorship as a proactive indigent defendant, avidly defending myself against the liars, thieves, and real villains in my criminal case. Who really is the criminal?
What? Did you just ask who really is the criminal? How about the person who murdered someone? How about we start there? How about we start with the individual who did probably the worst thing you can do as a human, and that is to take another person's life.
Should she suffer? All right, clap if you think she should suffer.
And now you're equating them to who really is the criminal. The insinuation is that you are not the criminal, but they are the criminal because allegedly they are stealing JAC funds, which isn't true. They used those funds to fund the things that you needed. They funded the transcripts, the depositions, getting the expert witnesses. These things are things that you had. So you can't say that the JAC funds didn't go to those things because those things were paid for. They weren't paid for out of pocket. Well, actually, there were. A lot of them, like Hobson, he said he bit the bullet on the $400 to print all these things for her. He just wants the $15,000. He doesn't need the $400 additionally. He just wants his money and to get her out of his life. But she's saying she wants the funds to be used for ethics and honesty and professionalism, even though she decided to insult everyone and their mother, literally, during her sentencing. So professional. Even though she decided to be unethical and lie up and down on every single fact that she was checked on. Lies shortly followed. Yet she wants to call out other people for ethical violations, for committing perjury. It's just wild. The liars, the thieves, the real villains. You are the only villain here. Truly, truly villainous. For what you did to that family, for what you did to George, for what you did to your attorneys, for what you did to Brian, your son, everyone who is in your orbit. You are a villain by textbook definition. And I want to close out this section with a clip or like a video I saw this morning. It was just randomly on my feed. And I saw it and was like, oh, okay, this is relevant to what I'm talking about. So I just took that as a sign to where I need to put this in here. The only thing is I felt bad. I screen recorded it. I don't know who this person is. And I didn't realize that I didn't like or favorite the post. So the post is gone. It's in the ether. So if you know who this person is, let me know in the comments so that I can I'll put his name in the timestamps or something like that.
Mind that somebody is evil. And let me be clear before I begin. I don't believe that anybody is either wholly good or wholly bad. As Oscar Wilde once quipped, every sinner has a future, but every saint also has a past. And yet, this is a theory about good versus evil that goes back to the philosopher Hegel, who once made the argument that evil is simply the good which believes itself to be absolutely good. And essentially what he meant is twofold. One, anybody who believes that they are beyond reproach, that they are by definition always right and virtuous, is thereby at risk of becoming evil themselves. Like, historically, it's always those who claim to be fighting for the absolute good who end up committing acts of evil. Vice versa, you could also make the argument, as Nietzsche once did, that once you fight monsters, you have to be careful that you don't become a monster yourself, which is to say, perhaps it is our very desire to do good that tempts us into acts of evil. However, I would like to side here with Hayao Miyazaki, who once said, perhaps the idea of good versus evil is itself a kind of evil. Maybe the world isn't about the good guys versus the bad guys. Maybe it's more complex than that. And so a good person practices introspection and self-reflection. A bad person, perhaps even an evil person, or at least someone capable of committing evil, believes that they are wholly and absolutely good and virtuous. That's evil.
The JAC can hopefully include their forgiveness for them also. Judge Wooten and Cranick. I have great hatred for also. In not protecting me and listening to my valid request for judicial intervention so I could properly and fairly defend myself against my charges. Instead, I had to defend myself against the attorneys, all appointed by the judge in court. Again, their lies and exaggerations, reasons unjustifiable why they were really creeping away from the battlefield and abandoning their professional duty as my attorney.
And now it's the judge's fault. And just a little petty aside, I bring it up ever so often, and it doesn't mean anything, and I wouldn't bring it up, but because she is so condescending to everyone and trying to flaunt her intelligence and how we're all ignorant and how she knows everything, it's like she needs to know that the judge and the court are one and the same. I just want to know, what does she think the court is, if not Cranick? Does she think it's like the courthouse, like the room itself also makes decisions with Cranick? I don't know. But it's annoying because it's just trying to be a punch-up. It can't just be they were all appointed by Judge Cranick. They were all appointed by Judge Cranick and the court. Whatever that means. It means nothing, but it's still fun to call out. But yeah, it is the judge's fault, Judge Wooten and Judge Cranick's fault, that you killed George, and now are going on a tirade about it because people got mad. I don't know if you're quite aware of what a judge's role is. A judge's role is not there to protect you. They're there to protect your rights, to allow you to have a fair trial, to uphold the law, but they're not there to protect you, because they're not there to protect you from the responsibility of your actions. You can't escape that. They are not there to protect you from the consequences that you brought upon yourself by taking another person's life. That is not what the judge is there for. They are there to protect the rest of society from you, if anything. But she forgives you for not protecting her, which, truthfully is she hates you for not protecting her because she feels entitled for everyone around her to protect her. She feels entitled to the family to protect her. Why didn't they do more to protect both of them and then just focused it on herself? How many times she came to them for help? Why didn't everyone else take responsibility for her life, her choices, and her responsibilities so that she didn't have to? So then it shifts to, instead, I had to defend myself against the attorneys. You do have to defend yourself, and you did have to later on. But yes, you are defending yourself against your charges. You are provided a court-appointed attorney if you can't afford one.
With your broke ass.
In order to help you in your defense. If you are defending yourself from your attorney, that is a you problem. They are not there to offense or attack anything. Nothing happens to them. They don't get paid anything extra. They don't get brownie points. Nothing positive. You hear those sirens coming for you. They're coming just to check to make sure that you are in your cell, your single individual one-person cell. Always nice to get that reminder. No more 62, 63 other inmates, open bay inmate dorm.
Please note also, I am in an open bay dorm, living with 63 other inmates. I need to figure out how to view anything securely to avoid further exploitation and mean ignorance. There is no privacy or individual access in jail.
That you always complained about. I have no privacy. I have no this, no that. You have all the privacy in the world now. No one is there to bother you. You don't even have the sunshine to bother you. But yeah, the attorneys are there to help you defend, not to attack you. If it felt like it was an attack, it's because you were attacking them and they weren't having it. And calling it lies and exaggerations. Oh, of course, them saying, her calling me 5 to 10 times a day is an exaggeration. It's no big deal. Just like she thought it was no big deal to zip someone in a suitcase. That ambulance is there to remind you that you don't always understand the impact of your actions. Something small and innocuous to you is actually abusive and harmful to the people around you. So they definitely had justifiable reasons to get away from you. Even when you had Owens, who came in, parachuted in at the last second to help you for free, y'all still got in multiple shouting matches to where the guards had to go in and interrupt you and say, do we need to make an official report? How ungrateful or entitled do you have to be to squander every bit of help and opportunities that are provided for you and then still blame them for not providing even more, doing even more for you? And you're saying they were creeping away from the battlefield. Yeah, they were creeping away from the circus shit show that you're calling a battlefield, which is really just you parading around showing how horrible you have been your entire life, trying to point the finger at George, which then makes you look worse. Why? Because he's locked in a suitcase. I still don't think to this day that reality ever set in for you, how that looks. How people can feel about that happening to someone, how people feel about the person who put someone in the suitcase and did that to them. But you pointing to the victim and saying, they made me do it when you filmed it, makes you look worse every single time. And you keep piling it on. And no one has a professional obligation or duty to help you commit perjury all day long in a case you were always destined to lose. And that's always been the most annoying part of all of it. If there was any ambiguity or doubt or complexity to how this happened and who could be truly responsible for it, then maybe you can feel some kind of way because there's a lot of That's exactly right, Linda. You kept trying to force them on a battlefield when they just wanted you to take the plea deal so everyone could go home. You did this to yourself.
Judge Cranick, I hate you for not giving me any opportunity to stand at your pulpit, to stand at all, to explain the real, truthful side of the story. I believe if the justice system, including yourself, would and should have done any vital homework on the already almost see-through attorneys from being spread so thin and simply sending an email to care about their present workload, number of clients, trial schedules already in place before throwing another inmate defendant, unknowing client in the heaping, unimportant pile of warm bodies. More taxpayer dollars could be conserved and less time consumed and wasted for everyone, regardless of what part they played in the supposed system of justice. My hatred is deepened for taking even greater time of mine away, years, by not caring to ask me anything about anything, to understand so you could justly render your life-defining judgments and withhold any more bias and prejudice.
And here we go again with this pulpit. She loves this pulpit metaphor for some reason. Pulpits are like what you have at churches, the elevated little podium. You don't have a pulpit in a courtroom, but whatever, that's just splitting hairs. It's just the fact that she uses it constantly, as in, you didn't let me stand at the podium, so you didn't actually listen to me telling you the truth, because in her mind, that's how this works, that, defendants don't take the witness stand, they go to the podium where the lawyers speak from.
I was trying to remedy or lessen before sending this to you, Your Honor, and not having to include. Now it's a race to the pulpit. It's coming. I am not the problem. And if anyone were to slip on my slides and have to experience, tolerate, deal with any of what I have and am, would bravely be doing the same. Don't knock it till you try it. 3-point back. Race to the pulpit. Again, always, Sarah Boone.
But okay, she feels like if she hasn't been given her chance to stand up and say that, then she hasn't been heard. Even though in the videos that we have just watched, Cranick asked her very simple questions. What was the lie? That question is supposed to elicit the truth. You are supposed to respond, here is the truth. The truth is, she lied to me about blank, blank, blank. Well, that wasn't a lie. Well, you're still not listening to the truth. You're not listening to me tell the truth because, well, no one's telling me what I should be doing, and it's really unfair. ISIS said that was bull, and we all know it as well. But she even said it in the 58-page letter, the 3-point back, race to the pulpit. Basically, she wants to get there first to tell her lie. And that's kind of indicative of how she is as a person through her past. She thinks it's a race to tell someone the truth instead of letting the truth speak for itself. The truth doesn't have to be the first across the finish line if it's the truth. It just has to be known and revealed. She is always about how can I spin it first, calling the police first every single time. I believe that she called the police preemptively times as well. When she already knew he was marked up, as soon as she gets a little mark, she doesn't want anything to fall on her, calls the police.
Okay.
And then I walked off barefoot.
Okay. And on the phone, you told me that you attacked him as well.
I didn't attack him.
You said you exchanged, you had a physical altercation on the phone. That's what you told me.
I pulled him off of me.
He said he has marks because I was fighting for my life.
I was being honest with you.
Okay. So what happened?
And she brought up so many times that Cranick never let her speak, including when she was dragged out by her uniform after she was told that she would be representing herself pro se. because he just read the order and then dismissed court, because there is no back and forth, right? He didn't type up 16 pages for you to be able to talk your way out of it in 30 seconds.
Misinterpretations, straight lies from the attorneys appointed. They are brazen to stand at your pulpit in your courtroom and commit perjury to your face and the world, but yet it's me. A copy of the notice of hearing where all aforementioned improprieties occurred, and then some, including the drop-off of my case materials, said order being ordered, and me being pulled by my uniform to exit your courtroom while still trying to speak. She was pulled from the courtroom by her uniform. I knew it. I knew it. I said I wish that they filmed this because I wanted to see this. I thought it would be delicious, and no. It absolutely would have been delicious. She was pulled by her uniform out of the courtroom while still trying to speak.
I don't want to be pro se any longer, so I felt that it was a type of retaliation by the court because you did not understand or attempt to understand any of my letters that I wrote previously, which was for the intervention of the judge and or the court to avoid any of this with me sitting in front of you present.
I promised you, I've read everything in the court file. I've read every single letter, and I've listened to every single audio. That decision was not made lightly, and it took a lot of time to make that determination and that decision.
You did not listen to me in any way, shape, or form in order for me to explain myself better so you have an exact understanding of the particulars of each letter for each attorney.
I'm not going to revisit my prior decision.
Because she really believed if only I had the time to explain each and every letter I sent you, I guarantee it that you would side with me and you would understand the truth. And no matter how many times people said, we've heard every single word you have said, you have written, you have recorded, and you are guilty of murder and will be going to jail for the rest of your life.
Guilty of murder.
Sentences you to life in the Department of Corrections.
Because you are guilty. She won't accept it. And she still will say you didn't listen to a thing. And the other crazy part, and actually this part isn't too crazy. I kind of agree with her on this. They kept appointing attorneys who did have heavy workloads. That's not necessarily the court's fault. It is the lawyer's job to tell them, I can't take on another case right now. However, I don't think lawyers think they are going to get a nightmarish client like her when they hear they have another case. And she wouldn't accept it because that's how all lawyers are. All lawyers have multiple clients at once. She wanted them to find a lawyer that could be just for her, just her own personal lawyer, because that's her conception and her reality of how it works. I'm supposed to get my own personal private attorney for free who does absolutely everything I ask them to, no questions asked, and I get a thank you, ma'am, at the end. And it doesn't work that way. I do wish there was a way to vet them a little more, to be like, hey, you're on this list. You really need to be able to take on a case when you get it. However, you also can't predict the circumstances she was going to put you in. But that's not what the judge is there for. The judge is not there to scold the attorney to do their job. They're there to keep everyone in bounds, make sure everyone's doing things correctly, not to your preference, by the book. But no, she straight up wanted Cranick to get up there, pull in every lawyer, and just chew them out.
You know, FYI for all of you girls up there, I don't want to hear any goddamn excuses. Be prepared.
We didn't have time to re-rehearse.
Make it work. Make it work. Fucking make it happen. I don't want to hear any goddamn excuses anymore.
And no one has time for that, especially when you are the problem.
Foremost, Judge Cranick, I hate you for kicking me when I was down and choking the life out of my constitutional amendments, most profoundly my Sixth Amendment right to counsel, as a result of my wholehearted use of my first right to speech in being my own advocate since no one else would be and received a paycheck for.
So now we're like at that area of you're just mocking everything, saying choking the life out of your rights when you literally murdered someone by taking their breath away, when you literally went to jail for a third-degree strangulation felony for choking someone. So it just feels like this really weird, cruel, dark comedy at this point that you would choose all of that. Just the hyperbole of your rights being taken is already absurd, right? But to say my rights have been killed, how have they been killed or destroyed or whatever? By choking the life out of them, as if the untangible, abstract rights that we have can be strangled to death. That's crazy that she actually thought about that, wrote that down, knowing the charges that she has for her, knowing that the reason she is going to be in prison for life
to life in the Department of Corrections
is for, in essence, choking someone. It feels like a childish, oh, you're trying to put me in prison thinking that I just took someone's life by taking all of their oxygen away? Well, how about you? You choked the life out of my constitutional rights. Why? Because I am an advocate and I am outspoken using my free speech. And she completely departs from that as if saying choking the life away from my constitutional amendments is not a horrific thing to say. So you just go to, it's my right to counsel. You had the right to counsel. The fact that you had 8 attorneys appointed to you. You couldn't control all of them. We get it. But the ones you could control, 4 of them, 100% of them left. 100% of every attorney who worked with you that was court appointed left because of adversarial relationships with you. That is not Cranick choking the life out of your constitutional amendments. That is you abusing your constitutional rights and then mad that those rights can be forfeited. And no one else would be an advocate for me. No one would be the advocate you wanted, because the advocate you wanted would be a criminal, okay? You would have to have a criminal in order to advocate for another criminal in the way that this other criminal wants to be criminally advocated for. Which leads to, and received a paycheck for. She is so mad. She is so broke.
Here you go. It's alphabet soup. I made it special.
With your broke ass.
She is mad that people got paid money to help her, as if they wouldn't. Did she honestly think that all the lawyers who spent years with her wouldn't get paid? I get it. She thinks they don't deserve to, but they deserve more than $15,000 for dealing with you.
In all of my free speech, experience-driven letters, only for remedy in any collaboration, inclusion, receiving my discovery as an inmate, defendant, and client, not removal of any attorneys to cause more delays or any reason or excuse you may try to force on me and have already inappropriately accused me of doing prior with your heavily insinuated strategies of mine to try and deflect the glaring red flags, disappointments, and true crime in and of the justice system.
Translation, just because I wrote a million letters complaining and told you that my attorneys were abusing me, that they were prejudiced against me, and that they drank the Kool-Aid, and that they hated me, and that they were duds, and that I should report them to the bar for legal malpractice, and that they're a bully, and that they're mean to me, and that they lie to me, that didn't mean I actually wanted them gone. I still wanted them as my attorney, which is why, like, when she was pro se and she wrote that motion to try to get her counsel back, even though he told you that that wouldn't happen, she was all apologetic and like, we need the assistance. Like, everyone has the right. We need the assistance of counsel. And she tried to call herself ignorant, but then smart at the same time. I don't know if I'll find the clip or not, but basically the wording was like, I'm not ignorant. You know, I'm smart in other things. Even like a scientist or something is also ignorant in the science of law. Trying to say, even though I'm brilliant in everything else, I don't understand law. Neither would other smart people as well. So, you know, But then when she has the help that she so desperately needs, this is how she talks about them. She tries to get them in trouble. She tries to literally affect their livelihoods by, I'm going to write the bar for malpractice because they didn't talk to me enough, or because they hurt my feelings. And yeah, maybe if everyone is heavily insinuating that you have certain strategies to try and deflect taking responsibility for your own actions, and truly I think this was the goal of all of this, right? She knew deep down she was guilty. She was mad that she's guilty. She's mad that she did it. So she's trying to say she didn't to avoid anything, because she loses nothing by lying, right? I mean, she lost everything by lying, but in her warped mind, I lose nothing by admitting that I'm guilty, so to the grave I will tell you that I'm not. But I believe the true reason that all of this was extended is because she did not want to go to that single cell prison all by herself. So she wanted to stay in the jail, the open bay dorm where she had her quote unquote friends or whatever, for as long as possible to avoid this. That's what I personally think, half of it. Maybe it's like 20 or 30% of the reason. But it was definitely a strategy, or you really are just stupid, because if you do, writing dozens of letters never got you what you wanted. And it only resulted in people withdrawing and for consequences to be furthered for you. As in, you're not getting the things you want because of the actions that you did, but you kept doing them. Why? Because that is the definition of a strategy. You are trying to get people to do things that you want. You think you're making strategic moves by writing these letters, dragging people's names through the mud, and they get mad when people didn't play your games. And that's the other thing, when you lived, and I'm sure it was different when you were out in the real world, drunk 24/7, nothing actually really had to make sense. You could just get in arguments with people, yell, scream, fight, hit, slap, and then just walk away and claim to be okay the next time you see them. Because that's another thing. I can only imagine how many times she used alcohol as a defense against her terrible actions. I mean, we actually know this from the interrogation where she's like, I can't drink at all. I'll never get drunk. Oh, wait, it was the alcohol. It was just the alcohol. And
Good time. I can't get drunk. Number one, I do not want to get drunk. Or I don't want to drink. I don't want to drink. The occasional wine, whatever, or if it's a weekend, that's when you have a good time. You don't have to wake up the next day.
A little defensive, like, no, we're not alcoholics.
I'm not.
We are not, what is it? Were you guys drinking and it got out of hand and it got physical?
No.
Or is it, you told us you weren't drunk.
No, I was not drunk.
Right.
I was not drunk.
Why don't you remember making the video?
Probably because we had been drinking.
But you weren't drunk.
No. Just because I went upstairs and, because you're drunk doesn't mean that you...
times that you were not drunk.
That's like an assumption. Like, that's what you all are thinking. Just...
We're asking.
It's the whole...
You tell us.
It's the drinking. That's what it is. It's the drinking.
He essentially would have been able to get out.
Alcohol...
Based off what you're telling us, he should have been able to get out.
Okay.
But what do you think someone that knows nothing about this or hears just a little bit like, oh, they were playing around in a suitcase
She's been drinking
and then watches
probably
that
went to
video?
sleep. That's what happened.
So you go to
But
bed
obviously
to do
you
what?
can tell too that, like, I've
You
been
go to
drinking
bed
also.
to do what? Okay.
Being drunk and intoxicated, which, yes, you can tell that I had been drinking, but
Okay.
if I hadn't been drinking, you still think it would be the same thing? Or is that what you all are trying to do? To portray me
We're not trying
as?
to do anything.
You're asking to be let out of a suitcase. Should they not let you out?
Eventually. I'm guessing. I mean, I'm blaming it on the wine.
Blaming it on the wine.
You're lying and like you're now changing
Who's
your
lying
story.
about what?
You're now you were drunk.
Oh, I never said that I was drunk.
Exactly, but you did here today. That's okay.
You said earlier.
Everything recorded.
Alcohol.
You blamed it on the alcohol.
You blamed it on the alcohol. Alcohol does a lot to people.
Yes, but I never said I was drunk.
Okay.
You did.
So you did this. You did this sober. You knowingly left them down there sober.
I have already told both of you also that we were both drinking.
Right.
Okay.
But you want to admit that you were drunk? Is that?
I'm telling you all both. This has changed my life. I will take this.
Think about him when.
See, that's the
they
thing
have all
too.
this
But you can clearly tell. You can clearly tell that I had been drinking some. You can clearly tell.
I had several people that came up to me in that apartment complex said that you were drunk on a daily basis.
Oh
you were
my
screaming
gosh.
at him
Right.
regularly.
Right. See, and then it's all backfired on me. Like, it's all backfired on me. And I understand the severity of this. I just.
You did.
It's awful, I know.
Okay.
It's awful. And I will tell you both this right now, too. I will never drink alcohol again.
Okay.
Like, I will never drink alcohol again. I don't care what it is in any way, shape, or form.
You got up and you went up to bed.
Alcohol is a shitty thing. It's alcohol. Not, again,
the reason that you killed him?
you all,
Please sit down.
listen to me.
Please sit down.
You all, listen. I am through with alcohol. And it's unfortunate that stupid things like this happen.
Absolutely.
And I just know that was always an easy fallback. We got in a terrible fight last night. You said horrific things. Oh, it was just the alcohol. Get over it. You can't do that anymore. So when you still try to make those big, bold claims, those accusatory gestures, those rude just moments of treating people poorly, when those actions finally reflect back on you, you are gobsmacked at how this could have possibly happened. To this day and all forward, I do not forfeit my rights, any of them, ever, especially my right to be bold, outspoken, and right in my real-life experiences with the legal and justice systems. You weren't there, Judge Cranick, in anything. No meetings, phone calls, visits, and still took my rights and oppressed harder. I must now defend myself against you, praying you do not care too late as all the others, and retaliate further against me as a still proud citizen of the United States of my America, and freely, excitedly using my God-given right to still try and defend myself, to stand all the way up for you to remove my freedom altogether by allowing and approving my stab wound, bloody body parts, rapes, bumps, bruises, and all the rest of those beatings I endured. I hope you can finally see and understand just some of the pain from the extreme difficulties, obstacles, and unfairness, especially in my due process you have added in my criminal case and life as an inmate, defendant, and client. All is hated. What's just wild to me is that she planned to say all of this at sentencing. At sentencing, because the phrasing, I must now defend myself against you, praying you do not care too late as all the others being George's family, being everyone around her who should have stopped her from killing him sooner by her logic, in that you are going to retaliate further against her for being a still proud American citizen, a still proud citizen of the United States of my America. You hear that, Judge Cranick? It's not your America. This is Sarah Catherine Paulsen's America. And honestly, at this point, I wouldn't be shocked. She could probably run for public office from prison and get elected somewhere. But no, you're not being retaliated further. First of all, he's not retaliating whatsoever. If he were, it's not because you're a citizen, it's because you're a murderer. You are the only one who hasn't accepted this fact, so a lot of things don't make sense to you. The entire world has accepted this known, justifiably proven fact. It's not justified, but the evidence proves without a doubt that you are the one who killed this man. And that is why you are facing these consequences. It is not trying to oppress harder, be even meaner to you or whatever. And I'm so over, I hate the freedom of speech argument so much. Yes, you have a freedom of speech. You do not have a freedom from consequence. Freedom of speech means the government is not going to limit your speech, meaning there are no banned words, there are no banned phrases. There are countries where you can't say certain things or punishments happen. That is not what we do here in America. However, your words are not free. You have the freedom to say the words. You do not have the freedom from any consequence as a result of your words. The freedom of speech, which is just an aspect of the First Amendment, is telling you the government will not infringe on your ability to say these things. You can say whatever you want without the government specifically limiting your language and your ability to express it. However, what you express has its own consequences. You can't threaten people's lives, right? There are limits to free speech all over the place. Okay, the funniest thing, people like to use the, you can't shout fire in a crowded movie theater. That's not true, right? I mean, you shouldn't, and probably someone will get mad and you might get in trouble for it, but it's not against the law. Where that came from, you can't scream fire in a movie theater, I can't remember the case, but it came from one case where the lawyer was using that as an example to make his point, but that just stuck and everyone has run with it. But it's not technically illegal to say fire in a movie theater. However, that's not the point. The point is there are restrictions on your free speech all over the place. Public versus private property. You can't make threats towards a judge. You can't do a lot of things, meaning you are not free from the consequences of your words. Your words put you in the position that you are in today, literally in every single way. Because you easily could have played this off as an unintentional accident, and we would have believed you if not for the video and not for the words you said. If you had said nothing on that tape, you would have had so much more to argue. You can flat out say, oh, I was passed out drunk, the phone was still in my hand, I had no idea what was happening, it was an accident, we were playing, we drank too much, yada, yada, yada. But no, you are talking from the very beginning. You say, for everything you've done to me. The opening line is, here is my motive for doing this. Here is my motive for killing you. And then you can hear him pleading. He's calling your name, Sarah, and you are responding, that's my name, don't wear it out, confirming that you knew that this person was talking to you. You confirmed your identity, so you can't even say, I didn't take that video. My son did when he appeared, right? Like, you confirmed every step of the way. He said, I can't breathe. Well, that's what you do. That's how I feel when you choke me. That's how I feel when you cheat on me. So you are acknowledging that he is distressed and in a critical condition to where they are saying they cannot breathe. You are ignoring it. You are shushing him. You are laughing at him. That video kind of just hit every single box of what you're looking for when putting together a crime scene. It's almost scary how, like, textbook it is. And the fact that she is slurred speech, drunk off her ass, even has a section in there that is so slurred that you can't even hear. It's very inaudible. However, I think Tanika's 2 cents figured out that she said something like, wiggle around some because I've got this on video or something like that. Basically saying, I know that you are squirming and freaking out, and I want you to wiggle around because it's so funny, because I'm taking a video of it, because I'm going to show you in the morning, or something like that. It truly is one of the most self-incriminating videos I think I've ever seen. And we know from past videos, you're always like, so you remember this, because you wanted to show him the next day of, see, you tried to leave me, I packed you up myself. So the next time you try to leave me and me not kick you out or call the police to get you out, you will have learned your lesson, was the goal of it, in my mind. She wanted him because in her mind, she did everything for him. He owes her his life in her mind. And after everything I've done for you and after everything you've done to me, yes, I'm leaving you in the suitcase. All you do is cause me heartache and pain, and now you're trying to leave me by pulling out your suitcase that lives all the way in the back of the closet. But let's go back to the top. You don't have a concept of words, so I'm going to give you just a quick little crash course. Forfeit does not mean waive. You are saying you do not waive your rights. We got that. We understand. You want more lawyers to abuse. You do not waive any of your rights. Forfeiture is not something you get to choose. Forfeiture is literally a consequence. It is literally a punishment for actions that you did. You forfeited these rights. That does not mean you voluntarily gave them up. We understand this is involuntarily done. You forfeited your rights. You do not get to say whether or not you forfeited them. The judge gets to determine where the line was, and he said, 8th time's the charm. You went past 8. We're done here. And also what annoys me is when people just make up rights. You don't have a right to be bold and outspoken. Those aren't rights. Those are choices you decided to make that people can't stop you from making. It doesn't mean you have a right to make them. You don't have a right to your real life experiences with the legal and justice systems. Those are just your experiences. They aren't rights. And then to say, you weren't there, you weren't in the phone calls, the emails, anything, and you still took my rights away, and I pressed harder. But that's what you wanted him to do to the lawyers. You wanted him to come in there and yell at the lawyers.
I don't want to hear any goddamn excuses anymore.
Even though he wasn't there, wasn't in the phone calls, the texts, the emails, or anything. It didn't matter to you when you wanted actions taken. But because actions were taken against you due to your actions, now it's unfair because you don't know the story. You weren't there. You shouldn't have had a say in it, is basically the insinuation. And then here comes the damn stab wound again. By allowing and approving my stab wound, bloody body parts, rapes, bumps, bruises, and all the rest of the beatings I endured. What does that sentence even mean? He does not know you from Adam. He did not know you before he was assigned this case. He did not allow anything. He did not approve anything in your life. Just because you say you got stabbed, beaten, raped, all of these things, and no one believes you, doesn't mean they allowed or approved it. It means you tried to use these things as manipulation strategies. They fell flat. No one cared, especially when he was beat all the time as well, had unexplainable scratch marks, bruises all over him, refused to come forward, had no power at all. No house, no phone, no job, no car, nowhere to sleep, no money, and with major substance issues. How about all the times you were allowed to get him arrested? How the police approved of you calling the police on him infinitum and getting him arrested so many times and taking him back in so many times. You allowed and approved that. I hate cases like these because it makes me sound so victim blaming, and it's like it feels wrong inside to my core. But from all the evidence we see, you more than likely provoked all of this. From every evidence we see, you antagonized again and again and again against a man you knew has been reactionarily violent in the past. And you still did it again and again under your belief of, I was taught no one should hit a woman ever, no excuse. So it doesn't matter what you do. He should have just taken it. And then just to cap it off with I hope you can finally see some of the pain that I had to endure. It's like, no, we saw the aftermath of the pain you inflicted. We still to this day have not seen any evidence of George, quote unquote, ragdolling you, being overly possessive, being overly controlling, being big, animated, loud, abusive. It is only you doing those things. So either you just happen to not catch all of these things on video conveniently and only decided to video the times you were abusive. And I get it, she tried to make it seem like, well, he was on his best behavior when he's being filmed. Okay, that doesn't change anything. You think an abuser who is as violent as you are describing is not going to make you delete a video that you are taking? You think it's impossible. Oh, the video was taken. I guess, shucks, nothing's going to happen. No, if he is a violent aggressor and you pull out a phone on him, you will regret pulling out a phone on him. And you did it constantly. And you shoved it in his face again and again and again.
You can film me, take a picture of whatever you want.
You can tell you're automatic.
I'm not doing.
Do I ever get a buzz? No, I don't.
I'm not doing anything to you.
No, I
Sarah.
never do.
I'm not doing anything to you, Sarah.
That's my name. Don't wear it out.
Sarita. I'm not doing anything to you.
Yet.
I was watching porn with my she don't like that. I'm not shrugging my shoulders or anything like that. Like it's not no big deal.
After you begged and pled and cried.
Yeah.
We trust you.
I know. I'm not shrugging my shoulders.
Say it. Begged, pled, cried.
You begged.
I didn't. You did.
Well, whatever. Okay, yeah, I did.
Say it.
I begged and
pled and cried for me to trust you.
For you to trust me. But again, I'm not sure.
You?
Did I watch porno again? Yes, I did. But
good.
Keep filming what you want. Good night, Sarah. Love you.
I don't love you.
We knew it is to goad a reaction, to bait a reaction, but it is just so humiliating and further abusive to have your abusive partner film you, shove the camera in your face nonstop, especially when you're asking them not to, in an attempt to get them to get you to confess to something. So then they can replay that video to abuse you later. No. We did get a glimpse of the pain that was endured in that relationship, but not the pain you endured. And even after saying all of this, to Judge Cranick, I'm defending myself against you, hoping you do not retaliate further. Did you expect him to just take that in and say, yeah, you're right. You know what? I'm just going to throw out the verdict. You're free to go. Please.
For Detectives Copsell and Lowen, I hate their dehumanization. Lies, blacklisting, coercion, law-breaking, solicitation of my case before I even arrived at the corrections department to be booked and fingerprinted. This can be seen in my unbeknownst interrogation video where I asked what they were doing, what all the pinging was during their texting swarm, while I naively sit there waiting to be arrested, which they knew what happened the day before.
You say that as if they tricked you. You should have known that that was going to happen the day before. You literally ended someone's life and they didn't arrest you on the first day. I'm still shocked to this day that they didn't arrest you on the first day. She admitted to zipping him up in there. He died. He had injuries all over him. You were waiting for an autopsy, but you had more than enough probable cause and reasoning to arrest her. But they didn't. They gave you 1 day. You voluntarily went into the station. And yeah, so it's an unbeknownst interrogation to you. You realize they will never tell you it's an interrogation. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Hey, can you come down so we can interrogate you and ask you very uncomfortable questions? No, that's why it's called interviews. They are never going to announce, all right, now at this point in the interview, we are turning this into an interrogation. So you need to put on your thinking caps because we will now be interrogating you. No. And the texting swarm, she was asking why they're texting because she was trying to deflect, right? They were asking questions she didn't want to answer.
You're telling us that we're assuming stuff, but what we're simply doing is telling you what we saw in the video and repeating what you told us.
I understand. Because I don't remember that.
Okay. Doesn't mean it didn't happen just because you don't remember it.
So is the texting thing something about me? Like what's...
Is the what? Texting? Oh, no, I'm texting.
No,
You guys are scaring me, so, like, I don't know, like, what to expect. I mean, I had questions of things that need to be taken care of. Like, I don't...
What are your questions?
I have one last question. You realize you're the person that killed him, right?
What she didn't get, one, they were texting a lot. Scott was getting messaged. He says that he was messaged by other people who were seeing what he needed or whatever. And Chelsea was texting despite you. Their phones being out during that interrogation were very intentional. They knew she wanted her phone. I imagine she did ask for her phone. I do not think they gave her an answer whatsoever. I think they told her, we will have more questions tomorrow and we can answer any of your questions tomorrow. So just come into the station there. And she's like, well, when and how do I get my phone back? We can answer all those questions tomorrow. I imagine something like that. We can talk about that tomorrow. And she interprets it as, oh, I'm going to the station tomorrow and you are going to answer my question by giving me my phone back as you promised. So with that knowledge in mind, they had their phones out purposefully to try to goad a reaction from her. You keep complaining about the phone. We found these videos on your phone. You keep telling us you documented on phone, laptop. So let me just pull mine out because you don't have yours. So I'm going to casually text knowing I have access to people outside of this room and you don't. But also them texting, how does that connect to demonization, lies, blacklisting, coercion, law breaking, solicitation? And you said can be seen in my unbeknownst interrogation when I asked, what are they doing about all the pinging in their texting swarm? Which means it worked. The texting swarm was meant to get a reaction from you and to bother you, and it absolutely did. Because she has to know what everyone's talking about whenever she's being discussed. It's the same reason she interrupted George's 4-minute phone call with his brother on the night that she murdered him. Because he's talking to his brother. Apparently it was a good conversation. She can't have that. Why are you happy? We've been arguing all day and now you're going to have a good conversation with your brother? No, I need to call my brother. It's my phone.
My kids are there, like, they joke around with him, and he was joking around with them. And we're talking, and then he's talking to me about when we was kids. And then, like, a couple minutes after that, that's when I hear in the back start arguing with him. No, I have to call my brother. I have to talk to him. And he's like, no, I'm talking to my brother. It was her phone, so. And then she starts arguing and telling him that, no, tell him what you've been doing to me. You choked me, this and that. But he was calm. And he was like, okay, I gotta let you go. And then he said, I love you. And then I told him I love you. And basically that was it.
And the fact that she made them share the phone in the first place means she had constant access, constant monitoring over every cellular action he took. And she was mad when his mom gave him his own phone. And she was like, something like, I knew when your mom gave you that phone, you were going to go back to your old ways.
I can say I do have heartbreak after going through your phone. Thank you for always proving me right. I knew when you told me your mom gave you one that you'd be back to your slimy ways. You will never change. I hope it was all worth it, all of it, including losing my debit card for the 3rd time to buy beer and cigarettes, which put you back where you belong. I know for a fact you were not worth any of it.
Meaning, I was trying to fix you and control you by monitoring and controlling your access to the outside world. So who really was lying, blacklisting, soliciting, and law breaking?
For Kepsel, for bold-faced lying on the stand to the judge and court on record, she didn't tell me to come to the station to pick up my phone. Why else would I go? I didn't even know about the surprise interrogation. I hate them for also lying how the news showed up to record my walk of shame, handcuffed and confused on camera.
Which was hilarious. I loved that. So in her deranged mind, because everything's about her, even though Scott said, I'm getting text from people because they need something from me, like from other cases and stuff. I don't know why Chelsea was texting. It's her business and it's not yours. In Sarah's warped mind, she thinks they were texting and coordinating with the news channels to get the news to show up just to humiliate her as she's being carted off to jail. It's like, no, everyone just found out the day prior that someone was locked in a suitcase and died, and this other person is claiming it was an accident. Of course, they're going to find out when that person was taken in and get there right on time. And she said this, a lot in those meetings of how, I don't know how the news got here before I did.
I don't know how the news crews got here before I did.
It is not hard for the news to get to the police station. I imagine they do it quite frequently. Or to the courthouse. It does not take long to dispatch a car there. And if they found out that the suitcase murderer was brought in for questioning the next day, of course they're going to show up waiting for you to be carted off. Your presence is not protected information, and it definitely doesn't mean that Scott and Chelsea are the ones who contacted them. But she asked on there, like, while she's in handcuffs, why are the news cameras here? Why are they following me? And Scott's like, because it's a public space. But that's funny to me that 4.5 years later, she still hasn't let that go. Like, that little thing irked her so much of, it all is a plot against me. They've been planning since day one so that they could all make money off of my case. And then it's Kepsel for bold-face lying on the stand to the judge as to, she didn't tell me to come pick up my phone. I mean, are you kidding me? Who's the one who's been bold-faced lying on the stand? Now, whose story makes more sense? Chelsea saying, I told you to come down to the station tomorrow because we would have more questions. Or, after giving me her personal cell phone, she told me, you remember what it's like to be pregnant? She told me to call her if she just wanted to gab and have girl time. And then she said, well, can you come down here to get your phone? Because I was going to bring it to you personally. I can't believe she said that. She said the officers were going to go back to her townhouse, which she had already expressed that she would not be there because she was afraid of George's family. But whatever, they would go back to that townhouse the next day and hand deliver the most key piece of evidence in this entire case. So which one makes more sense?
When y'all took her phone, Detective, did you tell Sarah Boone that you would be returning to her apartment the following afternoon to give her her phone back?
No.
You did not tell her that?
No. I listened to all my interviews, everything that's been audio recorded. No, I did not tell her that. We had plans to meet at the sheriff's office.
Or tell me what you understood the conversation was as it relates to her getting her phone back.
I'm sure she asked when she'd be getting her phone back, and I didn't give her a detailed timeline. I said that, I don't even know if I told her that I decided to write a search warrant on it because I don't need to tell her that.
Oh.
It's evidence in a crime. I'm allowed to take it, and so I took it, and I wrote a search warrant for it.
But you don't recall ever having a discussion with Sarah Boone about when you were going to return her phone?
Specifically returning her phone, no.
Okay. Do you recall her calling you later that evening on your cell phone? From her husband's phone? You don't recall that conversation? She called you later that evening?
Do you have documentation of the phone call?
I have her testimony.
Oh,
Before she left and giving me her personal cell phone number, she told me if I were to recall anything or if I just wanted to talk to her about something regarding the case for me to call her. So I took that to heart and felt very uneasy about how they left the scene.
Sustained.
She told me that I needed to come down to the sheriff's department because she was pregnant and asked me if I remembered about when I was being pregnant, and it would just be a lot easier for her if I were to arrive at the sheriff's department to pick up my phone.
What? So yeah, that story makes no sense. It's like she doesn't get that as soon as she left the sight of the police officers at the end of the day, or when they left her, they all knew, thought, and assumed you were guilty. The actions and the mind frame you're coming from is when a police officer is still up in the air about, or the detectives are still up in the air about what happened. Just come down to the station. We're just trying to, sit here and figure some things out. You remember when you were pregnant, right? Because like doing stuff like that is when you're trying to connect with people and trying to form a trusting relation. They don't need that because they don't need anything from you. They had more than enough evidence to get a conviction by the time they left on day one. So they didn't need to build that rapport or that relationship, which is why they abandon it so quickly in the interrogation. Chelsea gets a lot of flack from it because people were like, well, she was over her in the very beginning. Chelsea just doesn't like her. No, she doesn't. She did not, and she didn't have to, because it was not that kind of high risk, high stakes kind of case. It was she is going to send herself to prison for the rest of her life. We just need to get her to say it on camera. So even though they didn't get a confession, they got better than a confession. They got confessions to things that weren't asked. They got motivations to things that weren't asked. She just kept piling and piling and piling it on because she wanted them to believe her lies more than anything. And this is why, people, we say do not talk to the police. Stop talking to the police. Don't do it. You don't get in trouble for not talking to the police 99% of the time. Choosing to stay silent is not going to be a reason they arrest you. Saying everything, admitting to everything is. And even if they did trick you, they're allowed to do that. Whether you like it or not, police are absolutely allowed to trick you in order to arrest you. They can say anything they want to get you down there. As soon as her car drove into that parking lot, she was not leaving. As soon as she stepped foot in that police station, she was not leaving. If she had walked in there and said, oh, where do I go for my phone or whatever, and they said, oh, sorry, we don't have that, and she said, okay, I'll come back another time. As soon as she tried to turn around, there would be officers putting handcuffs on her and taking her to the back for questioning. Her coming down there only made it easier for them because they didn't have to go search for you. They didn't have to arrest you in front of your child. They didn't have to just disrupt the neighborhood and bring undue visibility to anyone around you, which is great. You were very helpful with that. But there was no way you were not getting arrested on February 25th, 2020, whether voluntarily coming in or they have to go get you. So get over it. I hate them for trying to make me lose from the beginning by starting the unquenchable wildfire of sensationalism and distortion, ignorant hate, defamation, and greed by unlawfully broadcasting who they wanted the world to think I was by their schemes, learned lessons, and fraudulent stratagems from the school of manipulation and taking advantage. How much did they make off me and still are for calling it in, then removing the curtain to expose their personally twisted murdering monster? They did not try to make you a villain from the start. Your actions were villainous. You are the villain from the start. You're making it seem like they twisted this, twisted that. They literally just had to state the facts of the case. First of all, Chelsea and Scott didn't give any comments. They didn't do anything when it comes to the media. Unless I missed something, I don't think I've ever seen Chelsea or Scott give a single interview about anything during the time of the investigation. I think some things have happened in recent years, but during the time of the investigation, when it was happening, especially at the start and the beginning, they didn't say anything. The distortion, the ignorant hate, defamation, greed. If anyone actually defamed you, one, you couldn't sue them anyway. Two, the truth is the ultimate defense. So it's not defaming you by calling you a murderer if, in fact, you are a murderer.
We, the jury, find the defendant guilty of murder in the second degree.
And she always thinks people are making money off of her. No. And if they are, good for them. Who cares? I hope everyone makes money off of your name but you. And if they did, they only could have learned it at the Sarah Catherine Paulsen School for Manipulation and Taking Advantage of.
The order is random, like some of you here today.
You would be the head dean, head mistress, all of it. All you do is manipulate and take advantage of everyone around you, every resource you have available, every resource you don't have available, every resource other people have available. You manipulate and take advantage of all of it. But sure, try to flip that on them. And then removing the curtain to expose their personally trusted, their personally twisted murdering monster. No, they opened the curtain and they saw your nasty ass mugshot and they said, hey, look at this twisting murdering monster. And the whole world was like, oh yeah, that is a twisted murdering monster. Also, my hatred and greater gold comes from wondering why nothing viable in my defense was taken from my townhome, aka the crime scene, to aid in my truth, such as the butcher knife, 5-pronged garden claw, or hammer under the table together outside where George had easy access for use if I tried to leave or call for help while being held against my will during his rageful binges. Or my bloody pillowcase stained from me being backhanded because I hid the magnum-sized bottle of vodka from him. Why weren't any crime scene photos taken of the holes patched in walls and doors, some doors missing knobs, and all locks George removed, cracked windows, broken furniture, obvious unnatural destruction in my townhome? How and why were these missed, uncared about, or not questioned so I could explain some of my terror? I like how her forgiveness is just in general now. Forgiveness in the ether for whoever is supposed to investigate the crime scene. I really wish you weren't as stupid as you are. Do you think the crime scene investigators are there to find evidence for your defense? No. They're trying to find all the evidence that exists in that apartment, but it's not looking for things in your defense. None of that makes any kind of sense. Why didn't you find the butcher knife, the 5-pronged garden claw, or the hammer that George had easy access to? You also had easy access to those things. Why on earth would we just assume, hey, there's some household tools that could be turned into weapons? Obviously, that means that's from George threatening Sarah, the dead man with injuries all over him, threatening the live woman who is blaming him without a single injury on her. They don't just look for random things. They took pictures of everything. They looked to see if there's any blood on anything. If there's no blood on the hammer, on the butcher knife, on the gardening tools, why on earth would they take those? You know what they did find blood on? Your child's bat. That's not the first place they were going to look for that. And honestly, I wonder where the bat was. Was it downstairs or upstairs? Because if it was upstairs, I believe this happened upstairs. I believe that he was put in the suitcase upstairs, pushed down. Well, she even admitted, she said, my hands slipped. She was saying now her hands slipped as in she was shaking it and her hand slipped. But I think that was a slip up in itself. I think her hands did slip, and that's why the suitcase came crashing down with enough force to shake an entire wall, because your hand slipped. That makes more sense to me than I slipped it while I was shaking it, trying to shake his hand back inside. I don't really believe that happened, honestly. I believe that she did hit him when he was trying to get out, but I don't believe the whole my finger slipped because I was shaking him. And what about my bloodied pillowcase? If there was blood on the pillowcase, they would have found it. They have ways to pick up traces of blood. They're not going to just look at the area in which he died. They're going to look at the whole place to see where this started, how this happened. And the only thing that lit up saying there was blood on it was the bat that they asked you about. And also, if you had a bloody pillowcase, you're sleeping on a bloody pillowcase every night, why would you not change it? Why would you not get a new pillow or something? That just makes no sense to me. And you were being backhanded because you hid the magnum-sized bottle of vodka from him. So are you like asleep and he wakes you up and backhands you into the pillowcase? It takes a strong backhand to have blood just come out of your mouth and splatter on the pillowcase. See, this is the other things, like, you don't know what you don't know. When you haven't been abused in that way, you don't understand that blood doesn't just spurt out of nowhere from one hit. Normally you have multiple hits that one starts the bleeding, right? You have the first or second or however many early hits in order to start bleeding, and then any subsequent hits will be when blood starts to splatter, because you have to be bleeding first in order for blood to fly, unless you got backhanded into the pillow and then from there your face is just on the pillow and then you start bleeding on the pillow. That's the only way that makes sense. I don't believe any of this, right? But I'm like, how are we getting there? And because you hid the magnum-sized bottle of vodka, isn't this another reversal because of the footage that we've seen where he drank all the vodka and you laid into him?
Because I've been up since 4 a.m. since yesterday when you fucked with me.
Yes, ma'am.
I know how much vodka was in that bottle. And what's the bottle now?
Kind of to throw it out. Maybe
What does that mean?
one more drink.
The bottle's empty. I know how much vodka was in there. Enough for 2 people to have a really good time. And who drank it? I want it to be documented that I'm leaving you, which means that you're getting out.
Because you couldn't handle that he did that to you. So, you know what? It wouldn't be crazy to believe that you would try to hide the alcohol from him to try to take revenge or get back from it. Oh, you drank all the vodka last time, so I had to hide it from you. In her mind, she's saying he was a monster, so I had to keep it away from him because I'm trying to make sure that he doesn't drink. When in reality, it's he drank all my shit last time. Now he's not going to get to drink any of my magnum-sized bottle of vodka. No, you can have a magnum-sized bottle of wine. You mean just a handle of vodka? Come on. Vodka is your thing. But you only wrote magnum because the word magnum has been used to describe the big-ass wine bottles that y'all drank. 2 bottles that the 2 of you went through. 2 bottles, 2 magnum bottles equaling 2 regular bottles were drank from 2 individuals. And you admitted you had one the night prior. So 6 regular bottles of wine over 2 days was drinking by... drunk? I don't know. They had the alcohol, okay? They were shit-faced. And the patched walls, the missing doorknobs, the this and the that doesn't mean he did it. You could have done all of this. And I would attribute it to you before I attribute it to him, given the damage that was done to him and the damage that wasn't done to you. And you said, why wasn't all of this removed as evidence of my terror? Why? Because you said it was an amazing fucking day. Why would we think you were in terror when you said it was nothing but a good, happy, fun day?
Everything was fine and dandy.
Everything fine and dandy.
Was fine and dandy. We had a good day. Mm-hmm. It was a good day. We've had good days lately. It's been good. Like, I don't even know where this is coming from. So happy. Like, it was such a good day. I kid you not. He and I having a great day, fooling around and being stupid, but I would never do that.
But it happened, and you did.
But that's after being playful.
But no one's
and having a good day.
No one's laughing except you.
Everybody's having a good day. Oh, I'm sorry?
I would hate to see a bad day. He's laughing matter.
It was fun.
Not by that
all
video.
Day. All
Not
day.
By that video. That
all
part
day.
wasn't.
It was a great day.
Okay.
It didn't end well.
But it's the police's fault for not figuring out your defense for you. No responsibility for anything. Even though you killed him, it's also their responsibility to defend you from your own actions. It makes no difference. All is hated. Prosecutors Mr. J and Mr. Cacciatore. My hatred is also extended.
for your inappropriate attributed motives, for having to go through years of my pictures, videos, texts, and erroneously piece together your deceitful, damning version of what really happened and who I am. After so much availability and for so long, you were finally able to make the circle fit into the square.
Honestly, sometimes I kind of wish I had this level of delusion. I just feel like my self-confidence would be through the roof if I lived in the Delulu nation that she presides over. Because the circle always fit the square. The pieces already matched up from the start. You have been trying to fit a rhombus into the eye of a needle this for years now, and it's not working. It took them no time. They found the video you took on your phone of you killing him the day of, actually, but they told you about it the day after it happened. After you handed over the phone, they immediately found the evidence, and they were ready to go during your first time with Mauricio Padilla. They were ready to go and had all of these already laid out. And you can't get mad because you told them to look through your phone. You begged them. You said, when you look at my phone, you will see all the damage that George has caused me. And all we saw was the abuse you caused him. The anguish and pain and humiliation and degradation and just taunting, berating, belittling, cruel behavior that you subjected this man to daily. No wonder his drinking increased. Now, I don't believe in putting your responsibilities of drinking on someone else. That is a you thing. You did those things. However, there are factors in life that aid to that choice. If you are already someone who is susceptible to drinking, has a substance issue, and are constantly being berated, you are going to go to your coping source, your coping mechanism, anytime you can. So she's mad he drank all the vodka and then berates him like that. I'm like, well, if you were berating him like this earlier in the night, no wonder he wanted to drink more vodka so he didn't have to feel the weight of your oppression, of your hateful words. But I can't believe it. The amount of times you told them to look at your phone, and now you're mad that they did.
I don't know if you all have looked through my phone yet and seen any of the pictures and the videos that I have taken. So you all will see in my pictures. So when you all see my phone, you can see that too on the pictures.
In general.
You guys are documenting at one point, but I don't know if you would like to see on my phone. That's on my cell phone too, so you can see it. Sarah, can I borrow your phone? Yeah, it's right there on the kitchen counter. So, am I getting my phone back?
No.
What does that mean? See, and that backfires on me now too.
I forgive your antics, theatricals, ludicrous comments to make sure the world got their money's worth while watching the ignorant pitchforks and burning torches, hoping for the best from you, which is my worst. Instead of dropping the mic, Mr. J, you dropped the bat.
Ooh, burn. She got you. But honestly, he did drop the bat, and I mean that as a compliment. Mr. J was in his bag in the rebuttal arguments. He had the jury in the palm of his hands. Yes, it was theatrical. It was not antics. It was telling you exactly, showing you how horrifying this must have been and how stupid her lies are. So yeah, he got up there when he got that bat and threw the suitcase on the ground and said to the jury, yeah, y'all can stand up because you've been sitting down a while. He was controlling everything. He said, stand up because I need you to see this. And when he started hitting that suitcase, there is no way he is getting those injuries being hit through the suitcase, which means her story is bull. You can't believe a word of it.
The testimony from the defendant is George Torres' head is here. You can stand if you need. You've been sitting a long time too. His head is here. His butt is kind of down here. His feet are here. And his hands and his knees are up here. He's in the fetal position, if we remember right. The hematoma on his head is on the left side. The bruises, the deep bruises on his back are on his left side. You hear that? That's solid. You don't have to accept that she put those marks on him when he was in there. The evidence doesn't support it. You can conclude she used this bat when he was outside the suitcase. You don't have to believe her when she said they were playing hide and seek. You don't have to believe her because she doesn't know the rules. She came downstairs, saw what she had done, and had all the opportunity in the world to clean up whatever mess may have been at the bottom of the stairs. But ladies and gentlemen, physics doesn't lie. She can't expect you to believe her testimony about the loud boom being the day before compared to her two neighbors who weren't drinking. And they can argue that Juan Torres' testimony was great for them. It's great for the state. She was screaming at him already at 7:30 p.m. She was already on her bully pulpit. And we know she doesn't need to put him into the coffin to get on her bully pulpit. There's video after video of her on her bully pulpit telling him how it's going to be, how you're going to live your life. Go take a walk. Do this. Do that. You don't have to accept anything she said. The inconsistencies, I'm not going to belabor it. Your dinner is waiting in back.
Mr. J was locked in. The "your dinner is waiting in the back" sent me. Because they were back in an hour and a half. They had their dinner. They said, "Thank you, Mr. J." And now she's guilty.
Will the jury find the defendant guilty of murder in the second degree?
Rebuttal was probably my favorite part of the trial because it really just exposed every lie. And they were waiting on this. So they pulled back because they're like, if you're going to let them run this defense, we're not going to get into it earlier. If they did not let them run that defense, all of those videos and things would have happened during their case in chief. So they were smart in holding things back, which can sometimes backfire because you don't actually know what the other side's going to do. But in this case, you knew they only had one option, which was to argue this. Either the judge is going to let it happen or they're not. If the judge doesn't let it happen, then we just missed our opportunity to give that evidence. But it's okay because the evidence we did give was enough to convict already. But if they do go with this, we are going to rip her to shreds. And that's exactly what she deserved. He dropped the bat on her, which is like 10 times worse than dropping the mic. So you thought that was an insult? You gave him a great compliment that he more than deserved. Also, one little random thing that I've been wanting to talk about, and I just haven't. This has nothing to do with anything, but quick little slight tangent about Kranick and how he is the shady king I've always wanted him to be and an inspiration to us all. First off, this freeze frame is everything. Make this an album cover. But also, do you see the little NPCs on either side of Kranick? Those are actually his students that he invited in because he teaches a trial advocacy course, I believe. And I love it because it is the most subtle form of disrespect to Sarah, who thinks that she is so above everything, that this is the most important case ever, and that she is so publicized. He is like, I'm using this case because it's so average and so regular. I'm using this case as a teachable moment for my students. That's how little I care or respect you individually, because if I'm going to sit up here, I'm at least going to get something out of it. So these individuals next to me are his students who are getting amazing experience of seeing such a high profile trial up close and seeing everything that could happen with a high profile trial, looking at the cameras. I can't imagine the invaluable information and experience that they gained from being up there. So good for you, Judge Kranick, being an excellent teacher while you're schooling Sarah. Ooh, burn. For the yelling, finger pointing, and intense underlining to force your theoreticals and fanatics on the jury by using imaginary space adventures and fictional characters to blind and bedazzle them with your far, far from the truth dramatizations. She is right about the using the force analogy. I personally didn't love it that much. It was a little cheesy, but I love a good analogy. I love a good vehicle to make things make more sense. For me, If I were him trying to find a movie comparison to the situation we are in, I would have gone with Saw. I would have been like, this is something straight out of a horror movie. If you are unfamiliar with Saw, Saw is involves a villain named Jigsaw who believes it is his duty to punish those who do not appreciate the lives that they live. He does so by putting them in almost near inescapable traps which require them to come close to or either losing their lives in order to escape. And he justifies this under the guise of, well, there is a chance to survive. And he further justifies it by calling it a game, leaving a recording within each trap in order to help them get out and remind them that they are actually in a trap and that their life is on the line. All of the parallels still make sense here. Sarah thought it was her duty to control George. It was her duty to make him appreciative of everything she's done for him by making him aware of everything he's done to her. It was a game to her. It was hide and seek. She tries to absolve herself saying, well, I left 2 little fingers out there. He could have gotten out on his own. She put him in a saw trap, recorded it, and laughed at him. Jigsaw tries to say he's not a killer because he's not in the room and physically killing them in that moment himself, but he set it up, he entrapped him, he forced them to play the game, and they died as a result of it. He is a murderer. Miss Sarah Catherine Paulsen is a murderer. But that's just me. I'm a little more dramatic. The Force reference, it still worked-ish, kind of. But I let it slide. I thought it still worked.
And again, we agree with Dr. Werner. It doesn't matter. She had the duty to retreat. She had the duty to take the chokehold off. And if it was too dangerous for her to directly take the chokehold off, she had the duty to do something else, everything in her power, to stop him from dying because she started it. She set it in motion. She used the force grip on him from a distance, the couch and from bed. It was her obligation to stop. She didn't.
In all your pieced together productions, I hate you most for never seeing the light in people, their human goodness, humor, and big hearts. You wake up to seek out the opposite, to condemn, and to take lives in your own way. See the good that does exist in all of us, inherently and unforced, even as the proud Mr. J stated, the kicked dog that bites. Mr. J, who kicked the dog in the first place? In my wisdom, it's usually best to leave sleeping dogs lie. Then they don't bite. Like, what are we even talking about now? You're mad. You're saying you didn't see the light in me. You're on trial for murder. Are you kidding me? Did you see the light in George? Did you ever try to sit there and see the light in George while he's begging for his life? Or did you feel justified sitting there laughing because of what he did to you in the past? Meaning his actions gave you the justification to sit there and taunt and laugh at him while he's dying. But God forbid the prosecution holds you responsible for your own actions, your own words, your own videos you took on your own phone. And now they're not seeing the light in you? Keep that same energy for everything he's done to you. That is what you said. Then for everything you did for him, this is why you are here. We wanted to see the human goodness in you. We see the humor in you because you're a joke. It's impossible for you to have a big heart because anyone with a heart would not... Whoa. I got a little emotional. Wow, I don't know why that did it for me. You can't treat people like that and then have the audacity to say, why didn't you see the good in me? Why didn't you see the light in people? Know that good does exist in all of us, inherently and unforced. You haven't shown it once. even given all of your opportunities, all of your chances, what do you do in this statement? What do you do pages above this statement before you write this paragraph? Is shit on everyone, say it's all their fault, basically call them all abusers and say they're the reason you killed a man. But yet we're not seeing the good in you, even though you called out every single wrongdoing, insult, rumor, and lie you could possibly think of to ruin the reputation of someone else and to make yourself look better. So no, I don't see the good in you because you haven't shown it. You've actually shown the opposite. And no one has gotten up there and told us of all this amazing good that you have done. I just can't believe, I don't think I've ever heard that. Of, I'm on trial for murder and I need you to see the good in people, the light in me, and it's your fault for not doing so because you're taking lives in your own way. Fuck off. How about that? How about they took your livelihood away? They didn't take your life away. You're still breathing. Your lungs are expanding and contracting every single day, a privilege and blessing you took from George. Try to see the light in people. Also, why are you so stupid? Why are you just so dumb? When Mr. J said the kick dog that bites, he was talking to George, not you. You were the one that kicked George while he's down. That's why he called, Mr. J called George her violent pet. Because he was a pet to her that she would poke and prod and got shocked when she got bit.
There's countless examples, if you apply Dr. Brandon's testimony to Juan Torres, that really shows you the power dynamics of the relationship. He was her violent pet.
The audacity to ask Mr. J who kicked the dog in the first place. The insinuation is you all beat up on me first, he beat up on me first, and that's why this happened. No, it's you.
There's video after video of her on her bully pulpit telling him how it's going to be, how you're going to live your life. Go take a walk.
I promise you, I used to choose.
Go for a walk.
By myself?
Yes.
No.
Go for a walk.
No, I'm just gonna chill out. If that's the case, I'll just chill out.
Go get your fuck card shit.
What are you talking about?
Your retard paper. Don't hit women.
Have I hit you? No. So where are you going with this?
Do this, do that.
It's usually best to let sleeping dogs lie, which is why you literally went out there and berated George while he was asleep, curled up in the fetal position outside of your door, and you are screaming at him.
So you remember this. So you remember this. Are you drunk right now?
How about you let the sleeping dog lie? He didn't bother you. He didn't step foot in the bedroom like you are accusing him of.
Did I not tell you to not bother me?
Yes, ma'am.
So what is it you come up and do? But didn't I tell you before at 9:30 to not bother me at all? And the reason why you were even downstairs and weak enough to get drunk was because you don't give a shit about me. You don't listen to what I say. I told you not to step foot in the bedroom. So what do? Nonetheless, you're drunk.
And then you call the police and blame him, saying he hit me this, he hit me that. How many times did you not let the sleeping dog lie? How many times have we seen on these videos, on these body cams, that they are going in to arrest George who is asleep, who is sleeping unbeknownst to him, unknowingly having the police called on him over an altercation that he thought was done. So maybe if you left that man alone and didn't always try to antagonize and push and prod and overwhelm him, maybe he wouldn't have bit back. I'm not justifying the biting. It's still not good. There's other ways to handle that. But you were very provocative. You were very antagonistic. You were very assaultive. And you were just very cruel in general. And you wonder why he would want to cheat on you. I'm not going to pull it because I'll save that for another video. But she's like, you sending her favorite songs and messages and lovey kissy faces like you used to do me throughout the day. Why didn't you do that with me anymore? Maybe because you're yelling nonstop. Maybe because you beat him up every day and then expect him to still love you unconditionally whenever you want. But then when he's around and you don't want him around, he's kicked out. Calling the cops, calling the property manager, calling Brian. Why didn't you try to see the good in George all of those times? Because there's no good in you. Now, I don't truly believe that, but in this moment, through this letter, at this moment in time, I don't see it at all. There is nothing good, redeemable, honest, safe, or any light shining in these pages. Only hatred, evil, spite, and disgusting remorselessness delivered in one of the cruelest, ruthless ways possible. Actually, not the most, but it is the most ruthless way you can deliver it right now while being in jail. I have no doubt if there are ways in the future, she has her whole life to figure it out, to still seek revenge on all those who spoke against her, she will. She is that kind of person. So if you want us to see the good that exists in all of us, how about you show it to us by sitting there and shutting the fuck up? That at least will show us that you have some self-control, and that translates to goodness on your scale, in my book. My gold goes out to the jury for not understanding my cracks, for being blinded from the injustice and malpractice in all the judicial and prosecutorial errors, the very apparent violations of my constitutional rights during my case and entire trial, which caused mass confusion and dysfunction. I hate the jury, truly, for being weary from the confusion and dysfunction, also from being hungry and tired and wanting to go home to their families after being away from in full capacity for 2 full weeks. I understand. From this and their brash, misguided, corrupted decision, I was wrongfully judged a murderer instead of a survivor. For this, all is hated. For this, I can still survive and stand tall, having an even greater, the greatest opportunity to finally be understood in the Supreme Court for my appeal. The Supreme Court. This will never make it to the Supreme Court. Fun fact, you are the only person who does not get how open and shut this case is, how textbook this case was solved. That's why it literally took, 6-7 days of actual trial, and we were out of there. You stalled for 4.5 years, for 6 to 7 days, and then life. And she does this constantly. The constitutional right violations, this malpractice, this and that, but she'll never list what they are because she doesn't know what they are. Because if she did list them, people would say, hi, fun fact, that's not it. So she keeps the nebulous label of it, of you're violating my rights, in order to just point the finger even more. You didn't understand, jury. It is the jury's fault. You are now up, jury. You hear that? You're taking heat. You are the reason that she killed George Torres. Because you didn't understand that her laughing at him was not her laughing at him while he's begging for her to open the suitcase. It's actually her helping him because he wanted to get in the suitcase and he was laughing about it and he didn't want me to take him out. That's why I was shaking it over and over, and that's why I hit him with the bat, because he wanted it, and you're just misunderstanding this. Your side was there to clear up any of the misunderstandings. If they actually existed, Owens was there to tell them the truth, but he couldn't tell one single truth because it would expose you even further. So you're mad they didn't listen to your bullshit story, and they didn't listen to the lies that Owens tried to pass for you, and now it is their fault. You are rightfully judged a murderer and not a survivor because you survived the killing of George. Again, there's no evidence to suggest your actual life was at risk. There have been physical injuries and loud arguments and this and that, but not life-threatening. You went to the hospital, you got the little quote-unquote stab wound, even though you just said he poked you in the back of the leg during the interrogation. But that was probably your biggest injury. That was not a life-threatening injury. You got some black eyes, you got bruises here and there. He is the only one who was on the brink of death multiple times. You strangling him, him being locked in a suitcase. We have no idea what other terror that you did to him because he never called the police on you. And if you didn't call the police on him, we would never know all the injuries he had. The only time anyone ever recorded injuries were when the police were there. Other people saw them, but when it was taken seriously were when the police arrived. And even then, they weren't taken seriously. They had to believe you because he was being uncooperative. He said he wasn't going to rat out his woman or whatever. Meaning he tried to protect you from the reputation you said that everyone gave you because your reputation was well earned. If he actually told people what you actually did to him, your reputation would have been shot eons before you actually killed him. And it already was, TBH. No one had anything good to say about you. I don't think anyone at the time said that you helped them with anything, that you were productive or did anything regular to improve anyone's life but your own. And no one is responsible for your life but you. So, good luck trying to take this to the Supreme Court. I wonder, I don't know. I don't know if you have court-appointed counsel for Supreme Court appeals. I think you need to get your own lawyer by that point, but I might be wrong. It would never make it that far. You have to go to the appeals courts, then you have to go to your state Supreme Court, then you can try to pick it up to the Supreme Court. You have to write like a writ of certiorari. Apologies if I'm mispronouncing that. My internet's down, so I can't really check at this second, but I'll check, and if I'm wrong, then I'll just edit it here. But I know the Supreme Court takes like less than 1% of the cases that they are sent to wade through. And in undergrad, we actually had this one course, I think it was a free speech class. We were talking about the rhetoric of the Supreme Court. Oh no, it was a government class. And how normally, whenever the Supreme Court takes on a case, 90% of the time, they already know the outcome. It's more of a rhetorical move. The cases, they deny so many cases that could be controversial because they don't know what could happen more or less. The Supreme Court is basically law of the land, right? It has the biggest decisions, the biggest weight of any court in America. So when they choose a case to take on, it is for a specific purpose and a very strong belief on how it will turn out in the end. Obviously, anything can happen. You know, nothing is set in stone, but when, I think you need four of the 9 have to agree to look at it or something like that. And when you get that, odds are you almost got a majority to vote the way that you want them to vote. So in no world will this ever reach the Supreme Court. There's no issue here that's worthy of it. Also, the jury wasn't sequestered. This was not that big a case. No, they went home to their families every night. They just didn't watch the news. But nice try.
I didn't lose. God just wanted me to win in a different way. Freedom and hatred. In the end, I hate myself for not choosing my life sooner. Okay, she did all this before. Hate myself, hate myself. Graciously and humbly ask. In my soft-spoken conclusion, I ask this. Would I be the darling mother, celebrated woman of the year, if it were I who died? How many daughters, mothers, sisters, aunts, grandmothers, nieces, and friends have been because they did? I am a killer. Learn to do good, seek justice, rebuke the oppressor, defend the fatherless, plead for the widow, Isaiah 117, all-encompassing, protect the abused. Sarah Boone, 12/2/24.
Yeah, I didn't cover her whole love, self-forgiveness, which is truly self-hatred, portion, because I covered that in the last video when she said it on the stand. But if you want to check out that link of the video I just posted recently, which is me reading out this full statement, no commentary, go check that out over there. It's still a mess. She wants to advocate for survivors. She says I should have chosen myself and chosen my life sooner. I don't think there's a moment where she hasn't chosen her life. Not one moment. She has always put herself above others, and this letter is just another example of that. She doesn't care the ridicule, the embarrassment she brings upon others, because she still doesn't get this. All of this, every single antic she pulls affects her son, affects her ex, affects her brother, who, he's lucky. We don't know anything about him. We don't know his face picture. Please don't go searching for it. Like, just leave that man alone. But that impacts him too, because there are people in his life who knows who his sister is. And all of this looks bad on everyone around you. You do not care because you are above all of them. And you haven't even tried or even asked for them to be protected. You haven't said, no, I don't want to get into this because I want my family to be protected and I don't want them to be harassed. She's used them multiple times, saying, you're bringing my son in, well, especially to Brian in the divorce course case, of how dare you bring my son in this, son in that. But she never actually asks for his protection or does anything that could ensure his well-being. Nothing. So I skipped that whole section. Her soft-spoken conclusion. If you have to say it, then it's not. If you have to say, I kindly reminded him, then you didn't kindly remind him. If you have to call it a soft-spoken conclusion, it's not soft-spoken. It's still full of hatred. And just to cap it off again, you have to try to remind us, I am a survivor. It's not even reminding us. You want us to believe that in the most unhinged way because you're still writing out of the margins. If it's the last word, just put it in margin. It's just so cringe. Anyway, what did you survive? You were not under attack that night or assault or any kind of anything. So continuing to say, I am a survivor, and I guess you're trying to bring up these sexual assaults now that you've never brought up before. And normally that wouldn't be an issue, right? People don't disclose all the time, and that's fine. Every survivor has their own path, their own journey. There is no right or wrong way to come forward. However, when she has come forward with everything else, she has accused him of everything you can possibly accuse someone of, and you never bring up that he raped you until now at the trial, not 4.5 years before this, not in the 3.5 years in that relationship. You mean all the times where you're videotaping him saying, oh, you watched porn, didn't you? Are you being nice to me? Are you doing this? Are you doing that? You didn't decide to throw an essay in his face again? There's no way in the world that you wouldn't bring that up constantly if that did happen. So, I don't believe it. Because you've tried to get him in trouble even after he's died. You want to see all these things on my phone? You want to see all the damage he's caused me? And once they see all the damage you caused him, well, he also raped me too. Is that da-da-da-da-da? So, no, I don't have time for that. And she's not a survivor. She is a victim of herself. And there is a difference, and there is a delineation between victims and survivors. I always do the square and rectangles comparison. All squares are rectangles. Not all rectangles are squares. All survivors are victims. Not all victims are survivors. And that's okay. You don't have to be in your survivorship phase if you were victimized. Some people, unfortunately, just are broken. Some people are still in pain. Some people can't move past the hurt. There's nothing wrong with that. Survivorship rhetoric comes from the adaptations and the readjustments someone makes in their life after a traumatic incident that helps them survive and move forward. It addresses hypervigilance. It addresses anxiety. It's all of these new things. And if you were disabled because of it, You know, if something happened, however you have to adapt your life to move forward, that is where we get into survivorship rhetoric. Sometimes there are victims who can't move forward, who we unfortunately see get stuck in a rut and their life kind of falls apart afterwards or stagnates. And there's nothing wrong with being one either. That's okay. The goal in the future is to transition from a victim to a survivor, but it's not instantaneous and it's not clear cut. She is not a survivor. She is a manipulator, an abuser, a killer, and a victim of herself. And that's kind of where I'm going to leave it. Maybe more evidence will come forward that proves the contrary, but she had 4.5 years to get as much evidence as possible out there. She has said every slanderous accusation she could think of, and it all still ran flat. Alrighty. And that was that. We made it. 4 hours and 4.5 hours later, we made it to the end. We made it through her absurd, irrational, rude, insert the entire thesaurus here statement. And it was a mess. It was bull. And it only makes her look worse in the end. So thank you all for joining me on this ride, this whirlwind roller coaster of an experience trying to get through Sarah Catherine Paulsen's
Stop talking! You are insane, my God!
last letter to the world, or last known letter to the world, because her case is now closed. The website is now closed on the docket. You can't get into it. People can still request access to things, but it won't be to that specific docket, or at least until she submits her appeal. Oh goodness, I thought I was almost done with the Sarah saga, but we still have this appeal coming, so I'll have to read that. And if they reopen the docket for the appeal, I have no doubt she will use that chance to upload as many letters to the judge as possible. But here's hoping none of that happens. Here's hoping she goes through so many appeals lawyers that she doesn't have enough time to even get in an appeal. She has, I think it was 30 days past when she was convicted to get that appeal in. She already went through one lawyer who they appointed, and he's like, I don't do appeals. See, now that is on them. Why are we appointing people who don't even do appellate work? But it happens. She's going to get assigned a new one, and hopefully that new one can crank something out. And I said this in prior videos when we talked about the motion for a new trial, that the motion for a new trial was basically like a pre-appeal. So it just outlined the issues that I expect to be brought up again in this appeal. It fell flat then, and it will fall flat again. Oop, bars. But yeah, we did it. Thank you all for watching. Oh, wait. A few things. One, the interrogation video. It is on its way. It will be out. I promise it'll happen eventually. I kind of actually like it that I haven't done it now, because now this is going to be a retrospective look into the interrogation. Just like this video, do not go into that video expecting to watch the actual interrogation. It'll be me monologuing for hours with a little bit of the interrogation sprinkled in. But it should be a good time now that we have nothing but receipts. So keep on the lookout for that. And by the time I finish the interrogation, there might be 1, 2, maybe 3 videos after that, but I will be taking a break from Miss Sarah Catherine Paulsen for a little bit, because I need to deprogram. I need to get her out of my life so that we can move on to the next case, which I have so many things lined up for 2025 that I'm excited to just see what happens. We have finally hit month 6 of this channel. I think I started in June, end of June. And I've been loving this ride. It's a lot of work. It's more than I thought it would be, but I mean, that's everything. But I'm really enjoying this. Thank you all for the support. Oh, I found out that there might be some potential law tubers who watch me. That's wild to me. That would be amazing. Which is also funny because I've actually met like 4 law tubers. They have no idea who I am, and they have no idea that we've met, which is amazing to me. But yeah, so love that. Let me know in the comments. feel free to plug your channel. And that's with anyone. In the comments, I've gotten a few people apologizing for bringing up other channels. No, go wild. Tag all your favorite creators. There is no competition here. I'm not competing against anyone. So if there's some channels you think the chat would like, put them in the comments below. And if you enjoyed this video, make sure to like, comment, subscribe, dislike if you're feeling it. Until next time.